All right, good evening, everybody. It's 6:30 p.m. on February 2nd, 2021. We're going to call this meeting to order of the Laramie City Council. I'd ask those to join us in our best version of the Pledge of Allegiance that we give under the circumstances. And thank you very much for being here. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that the camera goes to the picture of the flag. That helps. That's good. Let's have a roll call, members.
Cumby.
Here.
Gabriel.
Here.
Harrington.
Here.
O'Doherty.
Here.
Schuster.
Present.
Felder.
Here.
Somerville.
Here.
Pierce.
Here.
Weaver.
Here.
That's 9 present and 0 absent, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. We'll now move to the public comment period for non-agenda items. We have a half hour for public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have some people that have signed up for this comment period, City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I have not received any requests ahead of time for the non-agenda related item period.
I see some hands indicated. And last week, I felt very much inclined to be a stickler about the policy that we have for signing up ahead of time, particularly when we're having a joint meeting with our counterparts at the County Commission. I am going to entertain public comment without objection from the council for folks that want to speak on non-agenda items tonight, and encourage folks in the future to please sign up for the comment period at the beginning of the meeting, the non-agenda item comment period. For those individuals that have joined us tonight to speak to agenda-specific items, of course, you're welcome, and we're glad you're here, and we're going to listen to comments. I will go ahead and open this up for non-agenda item comments for individuals that are looking to speak, but I'm going to encourage that in the future, we have people sign up for that time period ahead of time. City Clerk, I see Mr. Glass indicating that he'd like to speak, and I'm going to recognize him at this time.
Honorable Mayor, thank you for recognizing me. I know it's going to be an incredibly busy meeting, and so thank you for doing so. I just want to say very briefly that your agenda contains enough items for 4 or more meetings, and it's incredibly packed. So I hope you'll give due consideration to each one and not rush things. And I hope that in the future you'll consider making it easier on yourself and also allowing for more careful considerations of things by not packing the agenda quite so tight. I will be here all evening because there are so many important items here that are crucial to the city of Laramie.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Your comments, appreciate it. And I know that many members of the City Council share some of your sentiment. I would note that some of these things are returning to the agenda, and that's one of the reasons the agenda is so full, but thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak on non-agenda items? In other words, something that we're not going to get to later on in the agenda. I don't see any hands, but I'm going to give folks a second to either indicate with the hand-raising feature on the Zoom program or through some other method with the City Clerk to indicate if they'd like to speak on non-agenda items. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like Travis Rainey.
Yeah, I just jumped in. Is the Maximus Bosserai Jessica situation on the agenda?
Mr. Rainey, this public comment period is available for any item that isn't on the agenda. I think tracking with what you're asking me is if there will be any discussion about things that you might have read in the newspaper, and I can tell you that's not the case. I can tell you that you do have an opportunity to make comment, but I would remind not just you, but all members of the public that when you make a public comment to the city council, that you adhere to the code of conduct, which is to not use specific names of individuals or personalities, and to speak in general terms and speak on your topic that way. And
Sure. Okay, well then,
you
I
have
guess
the floor. You have the floor.
in that
sir.
sense, is there is it on the agenda to discuss that a certain member of the city council happens to be a business associate of someone who has a major contentious position in the community and is under a lot of scrutiny for ripping people off?
Sir, I'll say this. Typically, we don't respond in a question and answer format to public comment. We're here to listen to comments. I think you've been able to express your comment, and in this instance, I'll address your point if there's no objection. There is nothing on the agenda tonight or next week or the week after that that I know of that addresses that specific issue.
Okay. Is there going to be at any point in the near future?
Sir, again, I'll entertain this line of questioning just because I don't think it's out of order. There will not be an agenda item dealing with specifics around individuals and their business practices on an individual basis. There won't be a item specific to allegations of conduct about individual members of the council on the agenda.
Is there any way for the public to make suggestions or add items to future city council meetings?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Members of the public can email the city council and contact members of city staff to express concerns they have about things and items that they think they might want to see on a future agenda. Absolutely. You always have the opportunity to do that. And Mr. Rainey, I want to say I'm not in any way trying to treat you any differently than I would anyone else. I'm trying to help remind folks of our general rules and the code of conduct that we ask people to adhere by. So if you have concerns, things that you want the city council to address, you may email all of us at any time.
Certainly. Thank you for your time. And I apologize, I didn't understand the format and the particulars of city government, but there's something going on, and I think that it's critical for the city council to know about it if they don't already. So I'll try to get it on the agenda in the future. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that, sir, and I appreciate the council's indulgence with answering.
Paul,
Mr. Mayor,
you've lost voice.
That's because I'm falling prey to the not remembering to unmute myself. We'll go ahead and allow for the next public comment on non-agenda items. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I do see Linda Devine.
Linda Devine, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I think I'm just wanting to follow up with the young man that
They're
was
talking about-
speaking. Pardon me? I just wanted to follow up because I think a lot of people don't understand the format and when they can comment and when they cannot comment. And I think he thought something had to be on the agenda in order for him to comment on it. I know you guys have instructions out there, but a lot of people come on and they get very nervous and they're not sure how to address the council. So I just wanted to bring that up. I think there are a lot of concerns going on. I don't want to get into any of that particular information at this point regarding what the gentleman was talking about. I would just respectfully ask council to understand that when people call in, especially if it's their first time. They're nervous and they're not really sure. And I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that you were trying to walk him through it. I just think it's pretty important that they understand they don't have to wait till something's on the agenda to make a public comment. I think that's where he got confused. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Linda, and points well taken, and we'll do our best to try to educate and remind and be welcoming and fair to people when they approach the council for comment, and think about some ways we can communicate about how we want that format to work. City Clerk, do we have anyone else? I don't see any hands, but I don't always cycle through everything. I'm not seeing any indications. Are you, City Clerk, for further non-agenda item comment?
I'm not seeing any more hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Seeing no other comment, and I will say this, folks, if you're on the Zoom call for our meeting, again, welcome. Make sure that you are muted so that we're not getting any feedback. I see a couple of folks that I don't know if the mute indication isn't present because they can't indicate that they're muted or not, City Clerk, but I do see a few names here and there that don't have the mute indication. All right, I see a few things have changed with that, so I think people have it under control. So let's move on then to the consideration of changes in the agenda and setting the agenda. I'll turn it over to Vice Mayor Pierce.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the following change to the agenda be approved. We're going to add an item under 9I and schedule meetings. Item number J, February 23rd, 2021, 6 p.m. It's going to be a work session titled Policing Oversight.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. And if we don't have anything further to add, I believe this is one of those that we can approve by a voice. All right, just again, another reminder for folks to keep themselves muted until they've been recognized to speak. Not an admonishment, nothing negative there, just helps us keep the meeting going and staying on time. I believe, City Clerk, this is an item that can be approved by a voice vote. Why don't we have everyone indicate by saying aye or raising their hand?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The agenda has been changed. Back over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the agenda be set as changed.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by, not sure, I'm going to say that was Councilor Schuster. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
A roll call, Mr. Mayor. Cumby,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stelter,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes. And so
That's
the
9
agenda.
yeses.
Thank you, City Clerk. And I ask for your forgiveness, Council. Your mayor has yet to get into the habit of remembering which are voice approval votes always and which can be approved by roll call. So thank you for your patience on that. That's all right. Thank you. Anyway, so now we're going to move on to proclamations and public hearings. It doesn't appear that we have one, but we do have a presentation on our agenda, which is for the distribution of support to some of our agencies here in Laramie, Interfaith Good Samaritan, the Laramie Downtown Clinic, and the Laramie Soup Kitchen. And Natalie Flood, I know that you're here and you've joined us and you've been waiting patiently, and thank you very much. And I'd like to turn it over to you for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me to be here in your virtual board meeting this evening. I appreciate it. Wyoming Community Gas is one of the natural gas suppliers that participates in the Black Hills Choice program. Each year, the Choice program provides customers the opportunity to not only get a competitive price for their natural gas, but also a price option that best suits their individual needs. The city of Laramie itself is one of 24 Wyoming Community Gas member communities. So because of this, the city receives a distribution check each year from Wyoming Community Gas, which is based on the number and layer. This past April, not only did Wyoming Community Gas have another great year, but there were also an additional 134 customers in Laramie that chose Wyoming Community Gas as their supplier. So this increase in customers brought the total distribution for the city of Laramie to $23,868.28, which is an increase of more than $1,500 over the previous year's distribution. So it's a story I love getting to come and tell to you guys, that we're doing great, and it just means more money back for these wonderful organizations. So very happy to be here. Since you guys do decide to take that total distribution and divide it equally between 3 great organizations, this year each one of these guys is going to receive a check from Wyoming Community Gas in the amount of $7,956. And so I'd just like to introduce each one of these organizations individually and give each of them a chance to address the council. So first up, I'd like to invite Ted Kramer, Executive Director of the Legion.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Natalie. Honorable Mayor and councilors, it is a pleasure to be here again to receive these funds. Thank you so much to City Council for selecting us as one of the agencies again. To give a quick update, it's been an interesting year. We're doing the best we possibly can to continue to serve hot, nutritious meals. We've switched to to-go meals, which means our costs are up, but we've also made the commitment to, whenever possible, to buy eco-friendly products. We are still receiving and redistributing food as we have in the past. And of the nearly 20,000 meals we served last year, 80% of those meals were to go. So we are trying to provide the best selection and the best quality food as we always have. And these funds will help us continue that mission. And we are very appreciative of, like I said, of these funds from both Wyoming Community Gas and the selection process as done by City Council. So thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Ted. Next, I'd like to invite Pete Gosar, the Executive Director of the Downtown Clinic.
Well, good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I sure do appreciate the opportunity to be here, Natalie and Wyoming Community Gas and all those people that help support programs like ours. For us, like Ted, last year was an amazing, interesting year, but it did see growth for us for the first time in our history. We had our 3rd day each week of primary care, which resulted in more visits this last year, which is kind of hard to imagine than the previous year. We had a mobile flu vaccine clinic that we worked with Interfaith and the Soup Kitchen. And thank you, Councilor Stalder, for helping us out, inoculating people with the flu vaccine. And then we did have a COVID-19 drive-through vaccination program for our clients free of charge. As we move forward, this money will be spent on the next step in COVID vaccines. We hope to have our freezer ready to go. We have all been trained, all those with healthcare backgrounds trained to give those vaccinations, not only to our folks, but to other people in the community if that becomes available to us. And so we'd like to say thank you on behalf of the clients, the clinic and the community. The clinic will be here until everybody has care, and we sure do appreciate the selection process and Natalie and Wyoming Community Gas for allowing us to make that bold statement.
Great. Thank you, Pete. And then finally, we've got Josh. I apologize, Josh, if I pronounce your last name wrong. Josh Watanabe with the Executive Director of the Interfaith Good Samaritan.
Thank you, Natalie. And that was a wonderful pronunciation. Very, very good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. As everyone has said here, it's been a very interesting year. It's been very unique for me, having been with the organization now for a little over 2 months. It's a challenging year. We're seeing a rise in our need, and to say that these funds go back out to the community is an understatement. It will go directly to keeping our community members warm, safe, to keeping water in their homes. Interfaith is looking forward to a really big year. Thanks to the city here for their help with the grant. We'll have about 2,000 square feet extra for our food pantry. We will keep our shelves stocked and keep food in our community as well as the heat and the water. It is an honor. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you to Wyoming Community Gas. We're grateful to the community support that we receive in all of its forms. And this certainly makes a very big difference. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just sign off by saying it was a pleasure to be here this evening, and I look forward to joining you guys again next year, hopefully maybe even in person with even better news for next year. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And yep, we'll give our best remote applause and Mr. Watanabe, it's nice to meet you and see you in person. Although it's on Zoom, I'm going to say that it's the same effect. And just so glad that you're a part of the nonprofit community, the fabric of nonprofits that we are really proud of in Laramie and in Albany County. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Gosar, thank you so much for your continued work. And you know, it's these kinds of programs and institutions that help us, feel that there's hope. There's hope for the future after a pretty trying time, and we have a resilient community, and we have organizations that contribute a great deal to both of those things. So thank you so much, and we're so glad that you're able to receive this support. We're so grateful for the programs like Wyoming Community Gas brings to the table for us, and it's great to see you. We're glad that you're able to be here and receive this boost to your programs, and just thank you very, very much. It's humbling. Thank you. All right. Well, we're very, very glad to have that take place at our meeting tonight. Let's go ahead and move in now, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, to our public hearing on original ordinance number 2021, amending various sections of Title 15.14.040 of Laramie Municipal Code regarding citywide parking standards. And I wonder if we might, given just a little bit of what we heard before, which I think was valuable input from the public, just quickly cover that the public hearing is a time for members of the public that want to speak to this issue to share their views, their thoughts, their concerns about this proposal in this format. And there is not a formal time limit. I would just ask folks to keep in mind that there are probably a number of people that may want to speak on any given issue, and to please identify yourself for the record. And with that, I see that we have an indication. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to go ahead and read the notice for that ordinance?
Yes, I would. I just wanted to quickly cover that we had a format for our public hearings, and I do see that we have people popping up, but we'll have you read that notice. Thank you very much.
Notice is hereby given that a public hearing of the Laramie City Council will be held at 6:30 p.m. on February 2nd, 2021 in the City Council Chambers, Laramie City Hall, 406 Ivinson Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming, to take public comments or protests on the following: original ordinance number 2021 TA-20-03, text amendment amending various sections of LMC Title 15 15.14.040 regarding citywide parking requirements submitted by the City of Laramie Planning Division. All applications, plans, and specifications relative to these matters are available for review at the City of Laramie Planning Office at 405 Grand Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming. Anyone wishing to be heard should be present via Zoom.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I appreciate that. And I will go ahead and ask people if they can, if they're familiar with it, to utilize the hand raising indication on our Zoom program that they want to speak, and I'll recognize you. If you're not comfortable with that, there is the option, and I'll regularly check with our City Clerk to acknowledge that you'd like to speak and to give you the floor. City Clerk, do we have anyone up first? I do see that Mr. Glass is using the hand indication. I don't know if anybody might have indicated to you prior to that. I think we're going to go to Mr. Glass. Very well.
Mayor,
Mr.
I did not receive any ahead of time.
Okay, great. Mr. Glass, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is one of the important items that I think could deserve a whole meeting's worth of discussion. I'm very concerned about this, especially due to the downtown parking crisis. This would severely impact downtown, where already people can't find places to park near where they live or where they work or where they want to shop. If you just take a look at some of the things in some of the proposed changes, this talks about having half a space, for example, per hotel room at a motel. I mean, that is simply a ridiculous requirement. It's a motel. People drive in there and use the rooms. If the apartment is full, if the motel is full up, obviously that's going to overflow somewhere and the situation is not going to be good. It has one space per apartment in a multifamily dwelling. Are we assuming that people's spouses don't drive or need a car? It simply doesn't make sense, unless you assume that every apartment in that multifamily dwelling is going to have only one person in it with only one car. And to top things off, it says that you cannot have more than 10% more spaces than the requirements listed in the ordinance. It used to be 25%. Now you can barely have any more. So if your business is has a slightly different model than someone else's, for example, and you want to compete on the basis of having more parking, or you just need more for the particular way you do business, you can't, because this actually prevents you from providing more parking. This is the opposite of what we want. We want to require minimum amounts of parking that make sense, that don't impact the neighborhoods. We want to allow people to provide more parking if they think they would like it, and if they think that would satisfy their customers. There's just nothing good about these changes. And the only people who could possibly want it are people who are greedy and want to expand buildings to the maximum possible size and do not care about their impact on the neighborhood. So we're not seeing the final version here, because I understand that Councilor O'Doherty plans to make a motion to divide. But neither division, based on what I can see here, is going to be worth passing. And perhaps this should just be voted down and taken back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Yep. Thanks for everyone's patience. We appreciate folks sharing their thoughts and their time with us this evening. Nancy Sindler, you have the floor.
Okay, I guess you don't get my video. I hope you all received the email I sent out this afternoon. I put in some data and some talking points. My concerns with parking minimums is in new construction for commercial. First, let me ask, did people get the email? Mr. Mayor, do you know if people got, I see heads nodding, that's good. My concern is with new construction. If someone says they're going to build a building for X function, and this is commercial only, I'm not really worried about the housing. But if they're going to build a building for X construction and they have to have, say, 50 spots around their building, if they later decide to sell their business or retire, the next person that wants to buy that building is stuck with 50 spots instead of being able to make changes. Or seeing that that building then is only suitable for a business that needs 50 spots, like a car dealership, or say a movie theater, or possibly a house of worship, which is actually not listed in the numbers here. That's my worry, is I think we should allow people to decide how much parking they're going to have. If you looked at the numbers, you saw that we don't build as much wealth when we have a lot of parking, and we still have to build more streets, even though we don't get as much tax income. I think that pretty much covers what I need to say, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for sharing your views with us. We appreciate you taking the time. Mr. Dave Coffey, you have the floor.
Honorable Mayor and Council, as a civil engineer and a developer, I'm looking at these parking standards as a real opportunity for new businesses and businesses that are looking to redo their parking to save a considerable amount of money. I really appreciate limiting the amount of parking. It's going to end up being a benefit to the community, because if we can reduce the prices of the businesses that need to upgrade their properties, and we can reduce asphalt, we can reduce those costs. And if we can reduce the cost of the buildings that are coming in that are new for new businesses, it will help reduce the costs of goods for our citizens. So I'm in favor of this, and I appreciate the in general, the changes being proposed.
All right. Thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective. I am looking to see if we have other hands raised for this public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to check with the city clerk to see if she has anyone requesting to speak during this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I see that the name Old Dent has their video on. I'm not sure if they wanted to share.
I'm recognizing that as well. And just a friendly reminder, if you are going to speak during the public hearing or public comment period on agenda or non-agenda items, just to share with us your name and community of residence. Sir, with the screen name Old Dent, I believe his audio is turning on. We'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
It looks like he's on now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. The gentleman with the screen name of Old Dent, if you're welcome to have the floor, we just politely ask that you share your full name and community of residence with us.
Mayor, he may need to be reminded to unmute himself. That could be.
I appreciate that, Vice Mayor. Sir, there may be a need for you to click on the small microphone icon to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Mr. Mayor, could we try the reminder that I think the city clerk said that we should get something that tells you that you can unmute your mic, or request to unmute your mic. It might be hidden under a window.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Doherty. There may be a need to move the cursor around on your screen until you see the small microphone icon with the red line through it to click, and then you can be heard. Thank you, Councilor Doherty. give this just a second more, and I'm going to look around and see if there's anyone else, and we'll come back to the citizen in question to make sure they're given an opportunity. I don't see anyone else asking to speak during this public hearing. I do see some folks on our list of folks attending the meeting that are not muted, and just a friendly reminder that check and make sure that you are muted until recognized to have the floor to speak. And I am no longer even seeing the gentleman. I'm not sure he's returned. We'll give it another second.
Hey there. Thumbs up. Yeah, I was just going to chime in on this proposal for the, and I don't know whether you're talking about it because I'm not a Zoom guy and whatnot, but on this proposal for the getting a general contractor to do work on your own personal on your own personal house.
Yes, sir. That is coming up tonight. It's not on this item, but I promise you, you will get a chance to share your perspective with us. It's coming up soon. We have a couple other items we have to get through.
Okay.
So we'd ask for your patience, and we hear you loud and clear now, and we appreciate your patience with the technology. We share your frustrations. We experience some of them ourselves. So we'll get to that shortly, sir. So we'll move on now. Thank you. We'll move on now and get through the couple of other items we have coming before that. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
You bet. And you can, since it seems like you're getting the hang of it, you can turn the microphone off to mute now, and then you click on it again when you want to, when we recognize you to give us your point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
City Clerk, I'm just going to do one last check around for anyone that might want to speak during this public hearing. And I'm not seeing anybody with a hand raised in the gallery. I'm not seeing anybody showing a hand for our attention. So one last time around, and I believe we will close this public hearing. And we'll move on to our second public hearing of the evening. Just briefly, it's a public hearing on a new bar at Grill and Grill liquor license, number BG 10 for Maria's Mexican Grill and Cantina LLC, located at 223 Adams Street. And City Clerk, I turn it over to you for the announcement.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. If
Please.
We come back to original ordinance 2018 public hearing after.
You know what? Here's the Zoom screen blocking my agenda and causing me problems. I will once again appeal to the members of the public and this council for their patience with me as I attempt to navigate this meeting. Thank you very much. We will go to public hearing on original ordinance number 2018, amending title 15.14.130 wireless communication towers, Laramie, municipal code of the city of Laramie, and turn it over to you, City Clerk, for the announcement.
Notice is hereby given that a public hearing of the Laramie City Council will be held at 6:30 on February 2nd, 2021 in City Council Chambers, Laramie City Hall, 406 Ivinson Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming, to take public comments or protests on the following. Original ordinance number 2018 TA-19-02, text amendment amending various sections of LMC title 15.14.130 regarding wireless communication tower requirements submitted by the City of Laramie Planning Division. All applications, plans, and specifications relative to these matters are available for review at the City of Laramie Planning Office at 405 Grand Avenue, Laramie, Wyoming. Anyone wishing to be heard should be present via Zoom.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And now that we are on the correct public hearing, the second public hearing of the evening. We will open it up for anyone that wants to share thoughts with us.
This is another opportunity for members of the public to speak.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, you are muted.
I heard a question from the gallery that I think is fair and needs to be answered. This is an opportunity to speak on original ordinance number 2018, which is amending a City of Laramie title to the code dealing with wireless communication towers. And if there's anyone that wants to share a view on that item, this is an opportunity to speak. It's not an opportunity to speak on a different item. It's specific to this item. And again, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the procedure, I apologize. I certainly ask for your patience. We do our best. And there will be further opportunities for the public to speak on a variety of issues, including issues that are not on the agenda tonight, later in the meeting. Moving back to the public hearing for this item, I see that Mr. Brett Glass has once again raised his hand, and I will recognize him and allow him to have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to be so vociferous tonight, but just as fate would have it, a number of the items on this agenda are very important to me. I am a tower professional. The picture behind me is me climbing a tower to install wireless equipment. And I've supplied council with an entire markup of the ordinance as I last saw it, describing some of the problems with the ordinance. The ordinance would prevent, in many cases, or certainly deter, the deployment of 5G equipment. It would provide a disincentive to improvement of wireless facilities throughout Laramie and wireless service throughout Laramie, and again, there's so much here that there's no way, even with a full 3 minutes, that I could go through it. So I urge council to please look through this. Also, I'm wondering if having a public hearing on this is premature, because I understand that there are more amendments coming, and those weren't in the council's packet, so I haven't seen those yet. I don't know what those are. I'd like to comment on those, but there won't be an opportunity during the hearing. But I would really ask that before you rush ahead with this, you look at the comments that I've made. Some of the provisions of the proposed ordinance are actually illegal and likely to get the city sued. Others are just not a good idea. There's a lot of fear mongering going on, claiming that if we don't do this, people are going to put up monstrous evil towers. That's not the case with the facilities we're talking about. They are designed to be small and inconspicuous. Some of these would also disadvantage newcomers. For instance, the tower setback requirement, the change to that would make it harder to build a tower for new providers than it was for other providers. It would also lock out providers who didn't have the advantage of already having a special deal with the city, like Verizon on the West Side Fire or West Laramie Firehouse Tower. So I urge you, please, to consider this carefully, consider the implications, and consider the comments that I've given to you in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. And if I could just ask for the patience of the council one more time, I do want to recognize, especially for people that aren't familiar with our public comment processes, how that might be even more challenging when trying to translate them to our current remote meetings. And just once again say, you needn't apologize or feel as though you're being constrained. We really appreciate your desire to participate in the public process. We respect it, and it's certainly your right. So if you have to have a question answered or have made a mistake about when you might want to weigh in, don't let it concern you. It's perfectly acceptable, and we're doing the best we can. And we provide these opportunities so that people can share their views with the city council. Is there anyone else that would like to address this title amendment to code at the public hearing that we are holding right now? I don't see hands. I'll check with the city clerk to see if anyone's indicated to her through one method or another that they would like to speak during this public hearing.
I see none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, city clerk. I am Waiting. I am seeing one individual, Mr. Bob Dushin.
Yes.
Mr. Dushin, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, our company has been working with the city for quite some time on these small wireless facilities ordinance provisions. I don't know if you'd like me to speak now during the public hearing, or if you'd like me to follow up to what Mr. Tenney has to say. So whichever way you'd like to proceed.
Mr. Dushin, I think in the usual procedure, we will have you provide your comments during the agenda item when we pull it up.
Right.
And I appreciate very much your inquiring about that and letting it be known that you're here and may have an opportunity to respond to further public comment or questions at that time. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. So with that, and not seeing any further comment or request for comment, I think we'll close the public hearing for this item and then move to our third public hearing of the evening, which I referenced earlier, and will not further embarrass myself by repeating, and simply ask the city clerk to read the announcement. Thank you.
Notice is hereby given that on the 12th day of January 2021, an application was received in the office of the city clerk for a new bar and grill liquor license number BG-10 for Maria's Mexican Grill and Cantina, LLC, doing business as Maria's Mexican Grill and Cantina at 223 Adams Street, Laramie, Wyoming. Public hearing to hear comments and protests relative to this license application will be held Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. in council chambers of City Hall. Action on this application will be considered at the regular meeting of City Council on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. in council chambers. Anyone wishing to be heard should be present or may be represented by his or her agent at the meeting.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And we will check and see if we have anyone that wants to speak to this item for the public hearing portion. I don't see hands or cameras turning on. I'll check with this. I'll check with the city clerk also.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I see a screen name, Edna.
Yeah,
And
I don't know how to, thank you. I don't know how to share my video. I don't know, okay. So my name is Edna.
Hello, thank you, yes. Well, you have the floor, please introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Edna Galvin.
And I'm Salvador Galvin.
And Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, we want to just say thank you for allowing us to, be here. And we're very excited to be a part of this community. And we started doing orders through DoorDash just to kind of get out there. And we've had a very positive response.
It's been pretty awesome. The city of Laramie has been really supportive, and we're glad to be here.
So thank you. We just wanted to introduce ourselves and say thank you for allowing us to, be a part of your meeting and for meeting us and us meeting you as well.
We hope to meet everyone in the community.
Let me just say thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for bringing your business to the community. And I'll tell you, I've heard some pretty good reviews. Word is making its way around, so we're pleased. We're pleased to hear that you've had a positive experience here at the beginning of your operations, and thank you for coming. And we look forward to doing more business with you in the future. So thank you very much. I don't see anyone else that wants to add to that right now. And with that being the case, I think we'll move on now. We'll close the public hearing and thank our guests again for joining us. It's probably been interesting to watch everything else that came before that. Thank you for your patience. And I think that brings us to the conclusion of our public hearings for the evening. I don't see any further listed on the agenda. And we will now move to item 6C, which is announcements. Do we have any announcements from the staff this evening?
Mayor, no announcements from staff. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate it. All right. We'll move on to our next item, which is disclosures by city council members. Do any city council members have a disclosure that they feel they need to make at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to the approval of the consent agenda, which I will turn over to our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the consent agenda be approved and that each specific action on the consent agenda be approved as indicated.
Second.
That motion was made and I believe seconded by Councilor Harrington. And once again, with apologies, but I do know what we're supposed to do with this one. I believe we move to a roll call vote on the approval of the consent agenda. City Clerk.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes. And that
That's
motion.
9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
Thank you, City Clerk, and that motion carries. We will now move on to the regular agenda. And that brings us to item 11. And I will turn it over to Councilor Gabriel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that the Laramie City Council approve original ordinance number 2017, creating section 15.24.015 of the Laramie Municipal Code, establishing general contractor licensing within the city of Laramie on second reading.
Second.
Motion and a second from Councilor Somerville. And Mr. Feeser, Assistant City Manager, I see you're up to walk us through the beginning. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. Right now, we're approximately at the 1.5 mark of 3 readings. We had started this 2 weeks ago and it got postponed. And now we're at the, what I would like to call the second reading of the second reading. So just to give everybody a quick update and a reminder that the general contractor licensing mirrors our current trade contractor licensing. It does not affect our permitting process, and that this was worked on over the course of many months last year by a group of general contractors and our code administration staff. To give you a simple idea of what it includes is, if you do this work for compensation, which you provide a business as a general contractor, you're basically committing that you will license a business that will prove that you have workers' compensation insurance and that you will hire permitted tradesmen and that you will have a qualified supervisor of record on your staff. And then the next part is the qualified supervisor of record, which per class you will have a qualified supervisor of record with a certain amount of experience and testing that meets the requirements of the class of license that you're looking to apply for. That's as simply as I can put it on the ordinance, and I think we've read through it enough. I do want to talk a little bit about the Laramie Boomerang article that was posted in Sunday's paper. First off, I would like to let you know that the Laramie Boomerang did not make contact with myself, nor did they make contact with our code administration supervisor, Clarice Hopp, or any of our building inspectors to get any information. Although we appreciate the Boomerang covering some of the articles, that article was filled with some very negative inaccuracies that are causing some consternation within the community, which I'm sure you've received emails about. I'll point you directly to a few statements. The first statement: if approved, the new ordinance would disallow anyone who is not a Laramie licensed general contractor to perform residential or commercial related construction. The language used in both the cover sheet and motion draft allude that business owners, homeowners, etc., will not be permitted to conduct repairs or alterations themselves. That is a false statement. That is not at all what this ordinance does. If you remember at the last meeting in the second reading, we amended the term of general contractor. That means any person or entity who for compensation contracts or represents to be in charge of, lead, or engage any construction project, etc. And that's where we draw the line between somebody who's receiving compensation doing this as a business or not. Homeowners working on their primary residence do not need to be licensed as general contractor. In fact, homeowners have been able to do all work requiring a permit on their property, primary residence, as long as the homeowner conducts the work and obtains the permits. For business owners, there is a large realm of work that can be conducted that is not required to be permitted or is exempt from the permitting process through the International Code Council. To name a few of those items, flooring, painting, sheetrock repair, like for like replacement of windows, cabinets, doors, trim work, and that same statement is true for homeowners. However, in the commercial realm, any work conducted that requires a permit in the commercial realm currently should be conducted by licensed trade contractors, an electrician, a plumber, a mechanical, fire suppression. And if this ordinance is passed, work that would be required to be conducted under a permit, a building permit, it would be required to hire a licensed general contractor. Keep in mind that the term between permitted work and non-permitted work, we license individuals and professionals. We permit work to be conducted at certain levels. One of the misconceptions also that was laid out there, owners or owner representatives can pull permits and they can hire anybody they want to as long as they're a licensed contractor within the city of Laramie. The other misnomer or misconception or what was wrong in that article, applicants seeking a general contractor license must pay a $500 fee for the initial license and for each renewal every year. That frankly is incorrect. For a Class C license, it's a $500 initial registration and a $200 renewal from there forward. For a Class B, it's a $450 initial license fee with a $150 renewal. For the Class R, it's a $450 initial license fee with a $150 renewal. And for the Class C, it's a $300 initial license fee with a $150 renewal. The QSOR for all classes is $100 initially and $50 for a renewal. With that being said, there's lots of information out there. Myself and Clarice Hoff are here to answer any questions you may have, and we'd be happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fieser, and I'm going to go to the council in just a second, but I want to make a brief statement about how, of course, we do support the Boomerang, our local paper, and recognize their important role. And we just always invite the Boomerang to contact folks for follow-up on details, to contact our staff for follow-up on details about items that are to be reported on, as well as council members. I'm gonna turn it over to the council. We'll do some initial council work, and then I'm going to turn it over to the public and then back again to the council for the first time on this item. You could just put a hand up if you want. Councilor Schuster.
Thank you. I have several of them, and it's just because, yes, the Boomerang didn't do a perfect job on it, so I'll start here. My parents used to own a grocery store here in town. It was 50,000 square feet. We had an extreme amount of lights. Can a business do something as simple as change out light bulbs and things like that? Can their maintenance man in the business do things like that?
Honorable Mayor and City Councilor, through you to Councilor Schuster. Absolutely. Like for like replacement of light bulbs, where they would get into a requirement to pull a permit if they started to change electrical fixtures or move those lights around. But absolutely, that would be under the non-permitted work, not requiring a permit.
Okay, continuing, if they want to paint the outside of their house, and I'm thinking, we have a lot of people that have bought their second house and are renting their first house. Painting and maintenance outside of a house, still good on that, like for like, just repainting a house on something you do not live in and you rent to someone else.
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Schuster, the line of questioning is where we believe that it falls into items that are exempt from requiring a permit through the ICC. And, you know, typically painting is exempt from permitting through the ICC.
On a business though, I consider a rental a business. That's what I'm trying. I've had a lot of emails this week on.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I'll let some other people ask some questions now.
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Schuster, exempt from permitting is good for both commercial and residential.
Thank you, Mr. Fieser and Councilor Schuster. Looking around for questions to the staff. Councilor Gabriel, and then we'll go to the other two councilors that raised their hand. Councilor Gabriel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to commend Clarice. I got a call this afternoon from a very upset resident whose husband happens to be in the remodeling business. She was misinformed as well. And after Clarice took her through the whole scenario of the ordinance, spent lots of time with her, she was very happy and very pleased. And she understood what the city was trying to do. And she was very appreciative of Clarice for her time and efforts this afternoon. And then, as I say, once she understood what was going on, she was in complete agreement with it. In light of that, I'm just kind of wondering, from the city standpoint, if perhaps we could, before we consider third reading, maybe have some kind of guest column in the Boomerang explaining a lot of this misinformation that's been going around, as all council members have received numerous emails this week and phone calls. If we could perhaps have some kind of a system where we could maybe explain bullet point what's going on, and the public would have the proper information, I think it would be so much better. That would be my comment.
Thank you, Councilor Gabriel. And I can think of no other well-known figure than yourself to perhaps work with the staff to pen such a column and approach the Boomerang about having it published. I think it's an excellent suggestion, sir. Looking to other members of the council for comment or question. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I had people lined up. I'm going to go to Councilor Somerville, then Harrington. Thank you, Councilor Somerville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another kind of request to Assistant City Manager Fieser. Among the topics of the emails and phone calls has been concern about rentals and what can be done and what can't be done. Could you just provide for everybody that's attending some examples of work that an owner of a second residence that was renting it out could do, and work that would be required to be permitted?
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Somerville. That's a very tough question to get into, because the permitting isn't so cut and dry, as there's a list that is permitted or not permitted, and it's basically through the ICC, and it speaks in generalities of what is permitted and not permitted, or work that requires a permit, or that work that does not require a permit. If I give you an example of types of works that I know for sure do not require a permit, painting, flooring, tiling, trim work, replacement of cabinets like for like, replacement of countertops like for like, replacement of doors and windows like for like, do not require a permit. Where you get into permitting, if I use those same situations, let's say you decide that you want to move a door. That may be a structural change that would require a permit, because it requires the moving of a header and jack studs and king studs and everything that it requires to make that happen. Let's say that you're replacing windows and you decide to move your windows. Well, it's very important on outside walls that your headers are correct, and that requires a permit. If you're want to put in a stairwell or convert a bedroom and move electrical outlets, that would require permitting. So I hope that helps, but it's really a very difficult list to make. To give you an example, a deck under 30 inches up to 200 square feet doesn't require a permit. I believe that's correct. Don't hold me to that exactly. But if you move that deck to where it's over 30 inches and it requires fall height protection and certain supports, then you do have to pull a permit for that deck. It's just really through the ICC, which speaks to this, it would provide the idea for anybody to understand what requires a permit and what does not require a permit when the work is conducted. And I hope that helps.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor Somerville. And Councilor Harrington, you're up. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assistant City Manager, I'm curious, kind of along the same lines as Councilor Somerville's question. I think maybe just to drill down a little bit, the property owners who have a second or third or fourth or whatever rental property, typically the ones that I have heard from in the last few days have typically owned more of like the single family home converted to a unit or two that are rentals. So if they were to pursue, if they needed to do additional work beyond what is sort of covered in that non-permitted work, not requiring a permit work, I should say, if they are trying to do those jobs, if they need to move a door, if they need to build a wall, that sort of stuff, can you walk me through the process for them to apply and become certified to do that? And then sort of like where that threshold is for them. And then I think maybe more specifically, are they able to hire, I may have missed this and I really apologize if that's the case. I'm gonna ask for forgiveness from the council as well. My Zoom crashed right as you were talking, Assistant City Manager, so I missed some of it. So if you've already gone over this, just ignore this part, but are they able to hire their own trades people to complete projects if they need to hire a plumber or an electrician or a contractor?
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Harrington. The second part of your question is yes, the owner or an owner's representative is allowed to pull a permit and hire whatever licensed tradesman that they need to hire to conduct the work, whether it's, and there might be 14 licensed tradesmen, if you think about it, clear down to landscaping or irrigation installation, lawn sprinkler is a licensed tradesman. So yes, they can go out and hire any general contractor right now or any licensed tradesman right now to do that work. Now, for rental properties, the ICC is very clear. It talks about homeowners conducting work on their primary residence. And the city of Laramie has adopted the ICC. So if you're working in a rental, I don't believe you qualify as a homeowner working in your primary residence. So in order to become a general contractor, if they so choose, the process would be is they would fill out an application where they would commit to the requirements of the general contractors, and I'll go through those real quick for you. They would provide the name and contract information, the name and information of their qualified supervisor of record, agreement that a duly licensed qualified supervisor of record will be assigned to their projects, agreement that they will notify us if they lose their qualified supervisor of record, agreement that they will immediately notify the city if they no longer have a qualified supervisor of record or who the change is, proof of workers' comp, agreement that they'll hire licensed trade subcontractors, agreement that building subcontractors working under the building permit will carry general liability insurance, an agreement that permits should be clearly visible and displayed on the job site, and also proof of liability insurance that names the city as a certificate holder. Now, being named as a certificate holder only means that we're notified of changes. If it's discontinued, if it's ended, we're not an additional insured. We're just letting know that under their business, they no longer have insurance. They would pay the fee, which I would imagine they would be under a Class R at that point, which is $450 for the license and then $150 for the renewal. And then they would have to make sure that they have the qualified supervisor of record that meets that class listed on their permit. And that person would also have the fee of $100 for the new license and $50 for renewal. And I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Councilor Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, largely it does, Assistant City Manager. I'm curious if, you read that list off and I've read it in the ordinance, but midway through I start to think like, wow, I couldn't write that down fast enough. I think more importantly, if I was a property owner, how would I navigate this process? I think that's the biggest concern that I might have. That's a long list. So should they reach out to Clarice Hoff or someone else to walk them through?
Absolutely. It all starts with an application made to Clarice. And I tell you, I reiterate Councilor Gabriel's comments of how she takes the time and spends the time and makes sure people get through the processes. But, you know, we have people all the time through the permitting process that we currently have with electricians and plumbers that she makes callbacks that, hey, now you need to provide this, now you need to provide that, or we need this certificate or that certificate of insurance. And that's where the process is navigated through our code administration division, which is 721-5271, or choff@cityoflaramie.org.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the second round there.
No, that's fine, Councilor Harrington. I appreciate it, and appreciate Assistant City Manager and Clarice for helping field these questions. Councilmember Cumby, and then I'll go to Councilmember O'Doherty. Councilmember Cumby.
I just want to clarify, and maybe Councilor Harrington, I did not quite follow your question, and anyway, if I have a property and I decide I want to replace a toilet and I want to upgrade the circuit box, so then I want to call the plumber that I use, the licensed plumber, have them come in, replace the toilet, and then I want to call the licensed electrician I use, and they come in and they replace the circuit box. Am I able to do that? Because it almost sounded like, as the owner of a rental property, I would need to get a general contractor to call the plumber and the electrician.
Go ahead, Mr. Feaser.
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Cumby, you're not required to call a general contractor to conduct that work. That's as simple as I can answer that question. That's how we currently handle it, and we do not believe that this ordinance makes any changes to that. The property owner or property agent is allowed to hire any licensed contractor to do the work that they need to have done, whether it's a tradesman in the tradesman category currently, and we expect that to be the same ongoing.
And that would be for both my personal residential property and for investment commercial property.
Honorable Mayor, to you to Councilor Cumby, that's in place now and that's correct. However, on your personal property, you are able as a homeowner, if you so choose, to do that work yourself.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Feaser. Thank you, Councilmember Cumby. Councilmember O'Doherty, you have the floor.
I think the confusion lies in the wording where it says requirements for a general contractor. So it's 15.24.015.c. And then it says, in order to engage in construction in or obtain building permits from the city of Laramie, a contractor must, so on. It doesn't say only general contractors can obtain building permits. So I think that's part of the clarification we're going to need the next time around with the definition, because I think that's what's freaking people out, is they think that in order to obtain a building permit, you have to be a general contractor. That's not the way I read this, that you have to be a general contractor to obtain building permits. So if I have a building downtown and I want to redo the plumbing, I could engage a plumber, or I could pull the permit. I think the plumber would do it, right? And then they could do that work. I wouldn't have to hire a general contractor to hire the plumber. That's my understanding. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor O'Doherty. I don't believe you're wrong, but I do believe that this section of the ordinance only speaks towards general contractors, is probably where the misunderstanding lies, is that this ordinance, proposed ordinance, only speaks towards general contractors and their duties.
Councilor Doherty, anything else to add to that?
No, I have an amendment, but I can wait.
All right.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you know, that spacebar unmute option is only good for so long. Thank you, Councilor Harrington. And thank you, Councilor Doherty. I would like to take a moment, given the last thing that Councilor Doherty mentioned, which is that I want to go around and make sure everyone's had an opportunity there for the first time. Then I think I'd like to open it to the public to speak to the motion right now generally, because I know then we will move back to council, and I believe we have some amendments that are going to be offered for consideration. So unless anyone else wants to speak for their first time right now, and I see Councilor Stalder, and I'll recognize you in a moment, you know, speak for your initial time, then I think we'll go over to the public for input in general, and then back to the council to further work on the ordinance. Councilor Stalder, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to hearing Councilor O'Doherty's amendment. And thank you, Mr. Fieser, for all the specific questions. I guess just a general comment to the ordinance. I think there's some really good contractors and some not so good contractors in Laramie, which is why this resolution is in front of us. And I've had the fortune and misfortune of dealing with both of them. But I remember, especially from kind of our first round of emails when we talked about this last year, that there are a lot of sort of part-time contractors. You know, maybe they like build a deck or do a couple of remodels a year. And I think they're just going to drop out of the market. Like, to them, you know, they have a full-time job and contracting is something they do on the side. And I think what that's going to do is increase the cost and especially the time that it takes anybody to get a general contractor. You know, I've called general contractors and they're booked 4 to 6 months out in advance. And so I guess my concern is not with the specifics of the resolution, you know, what's permitted, what's not, but just kind of like the overall effect it's going to have on, you know, being able to get anything done. And I think, you know, the other thing that this is going to do is it's going to make it more difficult for development. And if we talk about affordable housing or we talk about rentals, the biggest consideration is to have more availability on the market. You know, that's what's going to make housing affordable. That's what's going to make rentals that are less than ideal be vacant. And we're just making it more difficult to have development. You know, we can get into the specifics, but I think that's kind of the overarching thing here. And I also have concerns about the timing of the ordinance, you know, kind of right in the middle of COVID. This is going to present a huge hurdle for some small businesses. But those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Councilor Stalder. Council members who have not yet spoken, I think we've made it around for the first time. And I'd like to go to members of the public to speak to this generally. And I believe he was up, which was the gentleman with the screen name, Old Dent. Sir, if we're ready to hear what you wanted to share with us. And then I see two other folks and they'll be recognized afterwards. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, you also had a list of 3 members of the public that previously registered for public comment on this item.
All right. And I see folks with hands up and cameras on. I suppose we will honor those individuals that signed up ahead of time to speak. Then I'd like to go to the gentleman with the screen name that I mentioned previously. City Clerk, who's first? That signed up previously for public comment on this item.
Stewart, and I apologize, Stewart, I don't know how to say your last name there.
No problem. It's Guarneri.
Welcome. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the question I have is in, let's see, 15.24.015B. I think there are a couple of words here that I think we might need some clarification on. One that hitched me because in our family, we do have some rentals, is, construction means all residential and commercial construction related activities, including building, altering, repairing, or demolishing. And there's not a reference here that I found that says more or less what Mr. Fieser is alluding to, that there is a list of, well, here are things that don't apply in general, and here are things that do. Could we put a reference in there? That's a, again, it's a hitching point for me, because when we are turning over a rental unit, it's a one-day process, and that's all we've got. And so it's got to go fast, and going through a general contractor, not really feasible because you want to get that one renter out, get it cleaned, get it repaired, and get it ready and nice for the next renter. The other hitching point here is general contractor means any person or entity who, for compensation. And at that point, the for compensation is a hitching point, because if, as in, our family, the way the LLC is set up, one of our family members is the manager of it, and it does get compensated. So how does this relate? They are an owner, but they also do get compensation, and they are calling on these contractors to represent the business. So, Mr. Fieser, could you speak to that, or the council?
Sir, I appreciate very much those comments, and there is generally not a back and forth, but there will be an opportunity for after we go through and allow members of the public to share some feedback. Those points can be addressed when we move it back towards the council discussion. And again, I appreciate everyone's patience with our process and so forth. So we thank you very much. We'll see if we can get some answers to those questions after we hear from some other folks here from the public. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
You bet. City Clerk, who do we have next?
Next, we have Nathan Vasquez.
Very well. Let's see. I'm looking around. I don't see the camera. There we go.
I'm here.
There you go. Mr. Vasquez, you have.
I apologize.
Not at all. You have
Yes,
the floor.
sir. Yes, sir. Well, I was just wanting to question the need for the contractor license and a qualified supervisor of record, because that makes, for someone like myself, I do small construction projects. It makes it another undue burden on the financial side of it, because now I have to pay for 2 permits because I am the contractor and then I don't have anyone hired for me. It's just me. So do I have to then go and get a contractor's license and then a supervisor's license as well for the same project, for the same everything that I'm doing? I can understand if we're talking about a large company where there's going to be the general company and then they have different projects going on. But when I am by myself, that seems to be an undue need on something like that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate your feedback, and we'll see if we can include that in our process as we go forward. City Clerk, who's next?
Dino Ruffini, sorry.
Thank you. And I am looking across the screens.
He may or may not be with us, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, can you hear me now? This is Dino.
Yes, sir, I can hear you, and you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. No, I have no concerns. Gem City Roofing, I was in Saratoga, and someone over there had actually last week, and they brought this to my attention, and obviously they read the boomerang, so that's why I was calling, but I understand exactly what's going on. So we're Class C2 special roofing, so there's no issue. I guess whoever was talking to me read the boomerang. So.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us and providing your comment anyway, and we appreciate your participating in the process with us.
Thank you, Council.
City Clerk, do we have anyone else that had previously registered for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, the next one was Old Dent from the beginning of the meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Old Dent, I've got a few of those in my car. Sir, are you available? And we'd love to hear from you. Go ahead, and if I could ask you to please give your full name for us, just for the record, and thank you.
Yes, Mayor, my name is Dennis Spicer. I have a residence here in Laramie, and I'm kind of like the previous person that spoke. Todd Feaser pretty much explained what my issues were. I read the Boomerang article as well, and so those were, he answered the questions that I had, you know, as a owner of a residence in Laramie. Yeah. So, you know, I was under the impression that a general contractor had to be hired to do whatever you wanted to do to your home, your own personal home. So pretty much answered that for me. I appreciate it. So.
Sir, thank you very much. And thank you for your patience and joining us and speaking to your points this evening. We do appreciate it. And just want to thank you again for sticking around after we weren't able to get to you sooner. So we do appreciate it, and thank you. All right. Yep, you betcha. Okay, I think then we're going to go to hands that I saw raised using the hands icon. And I'm going to give the order of that just because I know people are waiting patiently and they'd like to know when they're going to be recognized. And that's going to be Mr. Glass, Mr. Drew, Miss Francis, Mr. Coffey, and then Mr. Halbsgut. Mr. Glass, you have the floor.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd like, first of all, to say that I don't think we should knock the Boomerang because we need more coverage of the city council. I don't want to discourage them from doing that. I read the Boomerang article too, and the only thing which really was in error in the Boomerang article was the assertion that homeowners would be affected if they worked on their own homes. That was taken care of by the amendment, which was introduced by Councilor Doherty and adopted last week. However, I hate to say this, but it seems like staff is gaslighting about what the actual language of the ordinance says about other things. In paragraph B, it says construction means all residential and commercial construction related activities, including building, altering, repairing, or demolishing. It doesn't say anything about not just ones requiring a permit. If you go by the letter of what you're voting on here, it says all. And I think that's a big concern because there's nothing here that overrides that. There's nothing here that qualifies that. No matter what staff is saying, that's not what you're voting on here. And so if you want to change that, you'll need to amend it. Second of all, it says general contractor means any person or entity who for compensation contracts or represents to be in charge of, lead or manage any construction project. And again, construction means any repair. By managing, directing, or performing or employing individuals, including by contracting with, arranging for, or supervising independent contractors or other persons. So suppose you are a rental property manager and you want to call a plumber in to fix the toilet. Well, you meet this definition. You either have to be a general contractor or hire one. If you don't think that this is appropriate, you need to amend the language because that's what it says. I consulted a lawyer who's an expert in teaches statutory construction about this, and he says, yeah, that's what it says. If they don't intend it to say that, then they definitely need to amend it because that is what it says right now. If you don't want, not only to require licensing, but require everyone to hire general contractors, except in the exception of someone's the one exception is where someone's not doing it for money. You need to change this. Right now, if you can't do something yourself and you can't hire a contractor from outside the city because the city hasn't licensed them, we're going to be in big trouble. There's always a backlog. The general contractors in town already have more work than they can handle. You already wait weeks and months. You'll go out in the county. You'll try to bring someone over from Cheyenne sometimes. None of that will be possible if you adopt this as is. it creates a bureaucracy where every job has to be handled by someone who in turn is beholden to the bureaucrats at City Hall for their livelihood and can have it taken away from them. And that's not a good thing. All of this goes against the goals that council has set at its retreat just a couple of weeks ago. Goal A, milestone one says that you're in favor of business development. Well, we're not going to get business development if we have all of these impediments to it. Your goal A, milestone 4, talks about improving residential housing. This throws all sorts of roadblocks in the way of improving residential housing. Because again, a rental property manager who is paid to manage a rental property, unless you change this, is going to fall under these restrictions. Even an individual who has a rental property will. So again, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, members of council, if you don't want it to do what the boomerang says, you will need to amend it, because the boomerang, again, was only wrong about one thing and not most of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Criticism of policy decisions the council is considering is a welcome and necessary part of the process, but just a friendly and respectful reminder to members of the public to avoid questioning the motivations of the staff. The council and staff are here to give a genuine effort to your concerns through our process. Mr. Drew, Mr. Thomas Drew, you are next, sir, and you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Thomas Drew. I'm a resident here in Laramie. Of course, I got tipped off by the boomerang. A lot of the concerns I had as a homeowner, I like to do my own deck and things like that. I went down to City Hall and got a permit. And all of a sudden it seemed like I wasn't going to be able to do that anymore. So a lot of my concerns did get cleared up, but the ordinance itself isn't written that way. You know, there's not a lot of words in the ordinance that says homeowners are excluded. Now, perhaps you have to go somewhere else to a different ordinance. But the way I read this is just as the previous speakers were talking, is that, you know, you got to be a general contractor. You got to hire a general contractor. If you're a homeowner, or I mean a rental property owner, you have to hire a general contractor to hire a subcontractor to do whatever you want to do. So I think my problem is in the ordinance itself, that we need to have some exclusions and some definitions and some explanations, exactly what everybody's been saying, just written down so we all know what it is. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Drew, for your input. We appreciate it. And we'll move now to Mr. Halbsgett. You have the floor, sir. Klaus, you were muted. You're muted, Mr. Halbsgett.
Hear me now?
We can.
All right. That was more difficult than I thought it was going to be.
Sorry about that.
Here with running a meeting. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, Mayor, and but city councilors. I appreciate the time to speak. I'm concerned about a lot of issues here. As my Ward 1 representatives know, I'm big pro-business and pro-expansion, and I don't like all the restrictions that we put. I don't like the UDC. I think it needs to be modified. I don't like the ICC. I think it needs to be modified. I think this is going to cause, if you pass this act, which I call the Contractor Protection Act, the CPA, I think you're going to see rents go up. I think you're going to see housing costs go up. I think you're going to see repairs delayed. I think we need to really evaluate what the unintended consequences are. If you limit a lot of people fixing their own stuff or make it even more difficult, require extra permits or whatever, what is this going to do to businesses like Ace and True Value and the lumber yards? Are they going to suffer financially? Has anybody even thought about that? So I've got customers that buy houses and rebuild them and flip them. Are they going to be restricted? I've got customers that are handyman. They are not professional contractors. They don't own big contractor businesses. So they go out, they put in a toilet, they put in an outlet, et cetera, et cetera. Are they going to be restricted? I know Todd addressed some of these issues. I'm still not 100% sure. I know the boomerang for what I've heard tonight, and that's why I joined up, because they got me a little bit excited. So I wanted to participate. They apparently had some things that were wrong. Hopefully they will address that, and we can look forward to future articles, maybe from Pat Gabriel, referencing some of the things that they did wrong. But we're a poor county. We can't keep putting restrictions on business development, attracting businesses. We have to try to get as many people up here as we can to help our county and city out. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. So the unintended consequences are something that just really does bother me. I agree with Jessica when she was talking about how the rents would go up. I agree with Brett with all of his concerns. I think we need to really reevaluate this and maybe reword a few little things back and forth. I don't know that this is a major problem in our community. I know as a business owner in auto repair, I know we got some places in town that don't do a good job. We got some places that do a good job. Hopefully I get listed as one of those that does. But the public will decide. So if we have a contractor that's doing a bad job, the word will get out. Social media will spread it. They will not have business. Why are we putting more roadblocks in the way? This seems like a money grab with all these permits. I request that you look at it a little bit closer, put it on the table, reevaluate it, get more community input. And if we're going to be doing these protection acts, maybe we can get a mechanic protection act so that people don't fix their cars in their driveway. They have to take them to people like me. How do you think that would go over? Just curious. Thank you for the time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Wish you all well.
Mr. Halbsgett, we thank you for your time and your patience waiting to speak. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Dave Coffey, if he's there. Yep, there he is. All right, Mr. Coffey, you have the floor.
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Council. I'll keep my comments short. I think Mr. Glass and Mr. Halbsgett basically echoed everything I was wanting to say. I think Mr. Glass did a really good job of demonstrating the language deficiencies, and Mr. Halbsgett did a great job of expressing an opinion that I share of being a regulatory overreach a little bit at this point in time. I'm not saying that contractor licensing is a bad idea. I've seen it done in so many other communities and many other communities that I work in. My concern as a local resident right now, and I'm not unlike so many other residents in town that own a rental here or there. I'm concerned about whether or not I'm going to be able to self-perform some of my own maintenance and construction. I'm a fairly handy guy, but I've got zero desire to be a contractor. I want to simply be able to go over to my rental house that I purchased for my daughter. If it needs to be re-roofed, I want to be able to re-roof it. I have that skill set. If I need to fix or change a window, I want to be able to do that. I don't want to have the burden of a license that I have to go purchase and then go get some liability insurance that I'm never going to use again. I think I'm not the only person in this community that has this same concern. I'm not interested in being a contractor, and frankly, if I'm going to have to be a rental owner, I guess I'm not interested in being a rental owner anymore. I'll sell my business. Mr. Glass, maybe you and I should talk. You can buy my rental from me. Other than that, I'll turn the floor over to the next speaker.
All right, sir. Thank you for your time and patience with us. Ms. Francis, thank you for your patience. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about this ordinance. My concern about the ordinance that we're in question that we're talking about now is lies along the lines of repair delays, but it lies in the dependency of the availability of qualified supervisors of record. What if there is a supervisor shortage? This would hold up construction projects, create log jams in commerce for all people needing jobs done in order to run a commercial business in a commercial building or a rental. For example, having a rental unit down for a month or two while waiting on a supervisor's availability could significantly impact a family's ability to stay afloat if a rental contributes to a large amount of their income. I have a question for the City Council. What are the measures being put in place for people depending on a timeline for projects if there is a supervisor shortage? Also, I'm assuming that the supervisors won't be free, that they will be requiring a fee. What regulatory or regulations will be in place to make sure that the supervisors of record, especially if there are not many of them and there's high demand for those few, what are the regulations going to be in place to make sure that they are not overcharging and acting as kind of like the emperor over a project? And I would like to echo my concerns about the definitions in the 1524.015B section. I think they're vague and misleading and need a lot of refining and defining in order for the community to be comfortable. And then I would like to end by saying thank you to everyone, the City Council, the mayor, all of the city workers, and all of the people contributing to make this a healthy law.
Thank you, Ms. Francis, and again, thank you for your patience while awaiting your chance for input. Next, hand up, I have Mr. Max, and if I get the last name wrong, I apologize. Is it Coulthard or Coulthard? You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hang on just a second. Okay.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, Council, there's a number of things that alarm me about this whole circumstance, and it's not just because I've been a contractor for over 40 some years. I've been in this community all my life, and I see this thwarting entrepreneurism. Can you still hear me? And just the self-satisfying of accomplishing the tasks. You know, there's so many self-helps out there to help every individual perform on their own house if they're an individual owner, as well as the self-helps are, as many in the community has even general contracted their own houses and built their own houses and gotten help throughout the circumstances. You know, the first alarm that goes off in my head is that we're not doing a sufficient job as general contractors in Laramie, Wyoming. And as I review all that, again, I've been here all my life and been in construction all my life. And I think the general contractors in general, in residential and commercial contracting, have done a great job if they're doing it professionally. All of us have attorneys at bay helping us write contracts to make sure people get taken care of. I think the very small matter of somebody hiring somebody who is not qualified is a very, very small issue. All of us know that if we're going to get the job done right, we get references. And in Laramie, Wyoming, you do one thing wrong and the reference for your name gets ruined real quick. And again, so the ones that are doing things wrong get weeded out very quickly. And I don't think, you know, that this is really something that the city of Laramie should even be considering in a time like this with COVID. There's so many things that have happened with this COVID situation, with the accelerations of costs. I can tell you as a builder right now, costs on, let's pick on the $400,000 range, are now $500,000. And every individual that's considering to build a house does not want to absorb any more costs that a general contractor or a contractor has to impose on them. Because as I have been a general contractor in Laramie, Wyoming for so many years, I've been told from the city municipalities that you have to just pass those costs down to your clients. Well, I can tell you the number of clients that have called me over this issue and have said that we can't absorb any more costs in the that cost of building a house or doing a small remodel or whatever it may be. I don't think this is an issue of permitting. We all understand what we need to do with permitting, but this is just, again, another cost. And over the last 25 years, we've seen permit costs go anywhere from $1,200 in regards to building a house for someone to we're now paying up to $17,000 and $18,000 in cost. And some of those costs need to be there, and some of them don't. But again, this idea that I've got to hire someone to manage or monitor the work that's going on my job sites is somewhat ridiculous, because I'm the one that monitor and manage it. Again, if we have to hire another individual, that cost cannot be absorbed. We're cutting costs as it is just to even keep ourselves busy. And everybody talks about this this contractor scenario where we're 4 to 5 to 6 months out. That's true. And the problem, the issue with the 4 to 5, 6 months out, we can't get our material when we need to get our material. All of our orders have been influenced from 3 weeks to now 12 to 16 weeks. So there's a lot of other factors that are involved in this circumstance, to where when I see this idea of general contractor's license, and I think my reputation speaks for itself, I'm not worried about getting the job done or taking care of my people and all my jobs and I'm open for any kind of criticism, because it's done nothing but help me in my life. But when I think about this contractor still, this is more paperwork that we have to generate, and it's more costs, and it's for the consumer. And right now, the consumer is pulling back as we see things progressing for the worse. We're not getting, in the material costs. Now, folks, this is a real situation. When I tell you that cost has accelerated anywhere from $400,000 on a $400,000 house to a $425,000 house to $500,000, how many of you want to incur another $75,000 worth of costs and then have me come to you again and say, look, we're going to incur some more costs here. I've got to have a project manager or a qualified guy managing the work. When if as a community, we were as large as Cheyenne or Casper or Laramie County or Fort Collins, as were referenced, this might be a great situation. But when you look at our population of 38,000 roughly, I don't know where it's at with half the schools not being there, but with the kids and not them being in school, and I'll try to make this quick, Paul.
Please.
That what us general contractors have to draw from in residential new housing as well as remodeling is far, and I mean, it's not near what it should be to one extent. But when you look at that equation, how many people are we pulling on to make an income, to make a living, to be in business in Laramie, Wyoming? It is a very small few. And I would ask the council, I would love to work with the council or Mr. Fieser or Clarice about going back through the wording, going back through the whole document for the idea of general contract. But residential construction will not support this, and it will kill more business, and it will kill the spirit of men and women who want to get out and do the work themselves. So I please consider this, and I have much more to say about this, but I don't know where we get the time to sit down and reason with, whether it's Todd Fieser or it's Clarice or it's the council. I just think there's more to be said about this circumstance than just passing a document and trying to conform people to one circumstances of other communities that are 70,000 or better. You know what I mean? So thank you, council, for your patience. Thank you, Mayor, for your patience as well. And Like I said, I have much more to say. So if we can have an opportunity to do that, I would suggest a work session with several contractors that are in Laramie, Wyoming. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. And we appreciate your points and your time and the patience that you showed in waiting to share them. I have a hand up from a screen name BNK. If you'd like to be recognized to speak, now is the time. Please unmute yourself, share your full name with us, and you have the floor. Screen name BNK, we see that you've unmuted yourself, but I can't hear you if you're speaking to the council.
Do we have you now? All right. Thank you, Council. Mayor. My name is Brian Hesseltine. I run a small handyman business here in Laramie with my wife, Katie. It's just us. We don't have a crew. We specifically, our business model is anything underneath permitted work. We do paint jobs, small flooring jobs, tile entryways, repair interior doors. Basically, a lot of Todd said was non-permitted ICC work. My big concern here is where does the wording in this leave my business? There were concerns expressed that it would crush business. As a handyman business, we're buried. I'm usually 3-4 months ahead by June. I mean, we don't hurt for work. And we have a great reputation. We've been in business 8 years now, and we do good. But I'm afraid that you're regulating me out. If I have to get a GCB license to even go work on like the Sun Chase apartments, my incentive to be a handyman is gone. I'd rather hire 4 or 5 guys, run a crew, go do remodels. As the extent to that license is so far above our business model, I leave a lot of our customers behind. It's so hard to do like grab bars for elderly people or mobile homes to even turn a profit as it is, and to not overcharge the job. You know, I mean, that $50 an hour as a handyman seems expensive, but we're right on our margin. To have to license and fees and heavier insurance, my incentive to take care of some of these people with the smaller jobs is gone. And I guess that's where I want to express my concern is, where do I still fit in this picture? Immediately, I'm kind of like with Max Coulthard there. I'd like to sit down and talk about this. I like the permitting idea. I think it's a great idea. I don't think we have a problem with bad contractors in Laramie. I think they do get weeded out. But this is too much for some of us little guys. I don't know where it leaves me, besides out of business or abandoning the people that really need me. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I'm available if you need me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your patience and your comments and your input this evening. I am going to look again. I don't see hands up or new cameras coming on. See a few folks that have been watching but haven't indicated that they want to speak. So I think at this point, we are going to bring it back to the council for further work on the ordinance. We have quite a full agenda. I don't see a break on the horizon, folks, not just yet. To the council for comments, questions, amendment process. I heard something there quick.
Hello?
Yeah, yep. All right. City Clerk, I'm going to go back to public comment with no objection from the council just quickly, appreciating that it takes folks a second to see what's going on. And I'm going to recognize Mr. Cisneros. You have the floor.
Yeah, I apologize. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My video host has stopped me, and that's why I wasn't able to get on you. I'm glad that the voice is still here. I wanted to address a lot of different issues, and I can sympathize with a lot of people's concerns. I think I had a whole list of things I wanted to talk to you about, but I think Mr. Fieser covered a lot of that today. But I think that everybody that is interested in this should really go read the city code as it is for permit requirements as it is today, because I'm going to tell you that will not change one iota. Either you are in compliance today without this ordinance and you are following all the regulations, or you're not. And once this ordinance goes into place, if it does, it's going to be the same thing. You're either in compliance or you're not. Those people that are doing handyman work, that are simply handyman work, that's not doing anything that's structural or anything of that nature that's going to require a permit, and all of the things that follow underneath those guidelines, those folks should be okay. It's the ones that are requiring permits that are out there. I heard a gentleman say, well, you know, he had a friend that goes out and changes some toilets and some electrical outlets. That's against code already as it is, without the ordinance. And so, you know, I think everybody needs to revisit what the city ordinance already is for permitting process. And that would help clarify a lot of things here. The building permit fees have not been raised since 2006. That's 14 years. I still go off of my car for all my building permits. It's dated 2006. So as far as the numbers going up, it's only because of the number of the cost of the housing. 2006, the housing costs were half of what they cost today. And so that's why we see a rise in the permits, because the permit fee is based off of the dollar amount. But as far as the city raising costs, that has not happened for a long time. I wanted to address the concern with the supervisor of record. So the individual that was concerned about that, I just wanted to clarify, if he's a single individual and he gets contractor's license, he doesn't need to have that supervisor of record. The supervisor of record is designed so if I leave my business for 2 weeks and go on vacation and we've got some projects going on, I need to have somebody who is qualified to be able to be there. And as it reads, within 24 hours to be able to be there. If there's an emergency situation, if something's gone on that needs to be addressed, and a lot of times, and every contractor out here knows this, you open up a can of worms sometimes when you open up a wall. You know, there's got to be somebody there that's qualified to be able to make those types of decisions. So that addresses the supervisor of record. Also, there was comment about how small of a community we are. Rollins is 10,000 people or less, and they require a general contractor's license. I can't go to Medicine Bow or Hannah and do work there without having a permit, which requires a general contractor's license. So putting us in a category that we're too small of a community just doesn't work. We need to better this community. We need to be able to have the opportunity to make this community a better overall place. And I think it's difficult for some folks to grasp this, but I also think that we need to try to be a little bit more clear about what is taking place. We are wanting to license general contractors. We're not trying to change what's already in place. You know, if you're building a house, putting an addition on, all of those different types of things, you're going to require either you own the property and you live in it, you can do all the work yourself if you pull the permit, or if it's not owned, you're going to have somebody else do the work. You know, and so when you start getting into structural changes, such as somebody mentioned the deck earlier, that you can do X amount of square feet. Well, if it's attached to the house, now it becomes structural. So the guidelines there change. And so here's the problem. A lot of people don't know this. And so they're saying, no, I can build a deck under 200 square feet. Well, if it is attached to the house, now it becomes part of the structure of the house. And so there are some different requirements there. So, you know, it's necessary to be able to have professionals in the field. Just like I'm not a mechanic, I take my car in to have it fixed to a professional that knows what they're doing. And so I would hope that everybody would take a look at the code, the way it's currently written, because a lot of things are not going to change. And a lot of concerns that folks have, either you're in compliance or you're not. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. We thank you for your time, patience, and your feedback. Back to the council. Well, perhaps I best check and make sure that we are making sure everybody has had a chance here in case there's anybody else with that objection from the council. I think we have allowed everyone an opportunity that wanted one on the general ordinance and the motion right now. So back to the council. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll just be brief. I just want to thank Mr. Cisneros. He said some of the things I wanted to say as well related to little towns like Hannah and Rollins. So I appreciate his comments and I heard him loud and clear. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pierce. Councilor O'Doherty, I saw a hand and you have the floor.
I initially wanted this ordinance, and then the qualified supervisor record part, the license within a license, really gives me heartburn. I've been losing sleep since October when we first looked at this because I can't figure out how to make it work for a startup business. And I know that there are good contractors who are just starting out who can do a good job. I also know that Laramie doesn't weed out bad contractors. It's great if you've lived here for 3 decades or 4, you know who the good and the bad contractors are. But people moving here getting a house built, they don't have that luxury. They're going with who's, you know, in the market. So I know I've had several constituents call me concerned about not being able to hire who they want if they trust this person. And then on the flip side, having hired a general contractor who did shoddy work and then not having any recourse. So I'm not sure how to approach this. What I would like to do, I'm going to vote against the ordinance as it is. But if it helps, I have one amendment would be to get rid of the qualified supervisor record only being able to work for one person. Because I think if somebody, for smaller contractors, they could have somebody that floats and be on site when they're needed, but not have to be tied to only one contractor. I don't know if I should raise this as an amendment, or I guess it's good to hear what other counselors think. Thanks.
All right. So Councilor O'Doherty, I'm to interpret that as you have not yet moved that amendment and you're gauging support for an amendment of that type, which is reasonable. Thank you, Councilor O'Doherty. Going to the council, Councilor Harrington, and then Councilor Somerville. Councilor Harrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are, in my estimation, there are sort of 2 points that pinch on this. One, I think, is smaller contractors. We've heard from a few of those this evening that aren't larger firms. You know, this does start to feel burdensome in that regard. For a larger firm, this is easy to absorb. But when it is a one-person operation, this is a more significant amount of time that they're investing to achieve both of those licensing requirements. I'm having a hard time sort of wrapping my mind around how this one ordinance can address both the large contractors that are, building the dorms, and then the person building a single family home. I'm struggling with that part. And I think the second piece I'm struggling with is the consequences for renters. I'm less concerned with the property owners than I am the folks living in those houses. If they aren't able to get a like for like window replaced, and it's now going to take a month because they can't get the window in that size in Laramie, as one of the members of the public spoke to, with their sort of times being pushed out for a ways. If they can't get that window and they need to install a slightly smaller, slightly larger window, I know that that's a structural issue, but that tenant is living without a window for that period of time. And I'm struggling with how, I know that's an issue that's not being addressed necessarily now, but I'm not sure this makes it any better for the folks living in rentals. So I'm struggling in two ways. I think I will likely support this evening so that we can continue the conversation. Because I think that there is something to be said for licensing general contractors. I think it's a good idea. I just don't know if it's, I don't know if I'm going to sleep well after this just yet.
Thank you, Councilor Harrington. Comments on the main motion. I have Councilor Somerville up next, and then I will turn it over to Council Member Cumby. Councilor Somerville, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to just say thank you to everybody who's come to the meeting tonight via our virtual platform. The public engagement, no matter how it happened, has been great to have members of the public come out. So I want to thank you for hanging out with us on a Zoom meeting tonight on a Tuesday night. And so what I want to say is I hear all the concerns. I got the emails and some phone calls that a lot of the other council members did. And this process was started before I rejoined council in January. And so I feel like I'm playing catch up just a little bit. I feel better getting some things clarified for both the council and for the public. And so, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that this needs to be a motion. But what I'd like to do is ask the city staff to work on clarifying definitions for who exactly, who is exempt and what type of work is exempt, and helping us to spell that out better when the ordinance comes back for third reading. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know that that needs to be a motion. It's not really an amendment to the bill, but I'd be happy to hear if other council members would support that direction to staff.
Thank you, Councilor Somerville. And I am going to pause for a procedural inquiry there because I believe we have a motion on an ordinance as written. And I think what we're doing is inquiring now if we can have an informal request to change language for a third reading without a formal motion to do so. I don't know the answer to that question. And so before I go to Councilmember Cumby with no objection, I am going to ask someone from the city staff better suited to answer that question to give us some guidance. And I think that person is probably City Attorney. Mr. City Attorney, are you available?
I am right here, Your Honor. I see no reason that the council can't informally, or for that matter, formally ask staff to prepare something for third reading for your consideration. I think it would be helpful if council was slightly more specific, because staff will need to figure out how to word it, where to put it. And of course, it's with the understanding that council on third reading, or the next time this comes up, may accept it, may reject it, may alter it, but at least that would give us a better guidance on getting something in front of you that you want to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Southard. Councilor Somerville, I'm going to suggest to the council and the member that sounds like there's a need for a motion and a vote on at least something more specific. So I'll hand it back to you for that process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to make that motion and always subject to friendly amendments to the motion from fellow councilors if I don't get this quite right. I would move to direct staff to prepare an amendment for third reading of this ordinance to clarify definitions on exactly who is exempt from specific types of work and what type of work is exempt from having to have a general contractor perform that work.
I'll second that.
There's a motion made and a second. The chair is going to suggest that that's sufficient, although I think the staff is, when they prepare that for the third reading, I think it may pull in sections of code that the city of Laramie abides by that we've heard referenced earlier, but without speaking too much to this, there's been a motion and a second, and I see that Assistant Manager Fieser has unmuted himself, and I'm going to give him the floor.
Honorable Mayor, I think I left myself unmuted because I was going to make some suggestions about how to proceed from here, but staff and I can work on definitions and work those around and certainly clarify that. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilor Schuster, I see you there, but I still have Councilmember Cumby up from before, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Cumby and then to you, Councilor Schuster. Councilmember Cumby, you have the floor.
Well, I have a couple of concerns. One, like Councilor Somerville has said, is the wording. I think the wording needs to be more precise, that we need to, especially 1524.015B, the definitions. I think the wording is a little confusing. It's so any person, any construction, it just reads so inclusively. And I don't know if it just reads very inclusively, and I think it opens it up for misinterpretation. A second thing is that there is no definition throughout the document of qualified supervisor of record. And I would like a definition of that. I think that that's important, especially since we're proposing to license that person as well. Thirdly, my concern is addresses something that Councilor Harrington spoke to, and that is, I see this reading more like a larger project, and that we're not so much addressing the smaller contractor that does smaller jobs, and that we had an example of a person that does the work himself in a general contracting scenario. I have a neighbor that predominantly works alone and does very good work. So the requirement to have a qualified supervisor of record attached to a general contractor to be licensed, to me, it may work for larger projects, but not necessarily for smaller projects. I think I'll stop there. But I just think the document needs a good working over.
Thank you, Councilmember Cumby. And I see the other hand up for the next.
Be quiet. I'm going to.
Councilmember Schuster, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Mine is on the amendment because I know that's all we're supposed to be talking about. And I just wondered if staff felt that in 2 weeks they'd be ready, or if they needed maybe an additional 2 weeks. That's all my question was, because I want to stay on the amendment. Do I want to talk about something later? Yes. But I know we're supposed to only be on the amendment right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Schuster, and for your attention to procedural correctness. Councilmember Cumby, I did feel that your comments were germane to the amendment in terms of definitions, but it's good to try to stay on task here. Thank you, Councilmember Schuster. I think right now, based on your inquiry about timelines and incorporating amendments and language, if we feel like we can stick to what we have on the calendar right now, and I think that's probably a question for Assistant City Manager Feaser, if you'd like to share with us.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, through you to Councilor Schuster, 2 weeks is plenty enough time to evaluate the definitions, potentially look at the definition of the QSOR. And if I can step so far to answer Councilor Cumby's question, the different classes of the licensing speak to the different sizes of the project, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. And I'll go now to Councilmember O'Doherty. I think had raised her hand for her first time on the amendment.
Not for the amendment.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate council members trying to stick to procedure and reminders about it. It's always appropriate. Anyone else on the amendment? All right. I think then we will go to members of the public on the amendment. I am not seeing indications about it. The amendment, general language to improve and create more precise definitions. I don't see anyone.
You're on.
We'll give that just
Mr.
a sec.
Mayor, it looks like, sorry, I'm just trying to find the name from before. Dino.
You're on.
Okay. I don't think this comment is for us, but I'm gonna try again. Members of the public, if you are looking for recognition, and I see other hands up now, and they'll be recognized. But screen name HRUFF, HRUF, it looks like. Are you looking to address the council?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's Dino, but we just couldn't hear him.
Yeah, you're having a great deal of trouble hearing you. The floor is yours if you'd like to speak now.
No, come over here, honey. No, you got to come over here.
Yeah, we're unable to hear you clearly. I apologize.
There seems to be some concern about having a superintendent on site. And so just using as the city of Cheyenne as reference, I have 1 hour to arrive if I'm not on site. So maybe that's something you could improve on, as I could be anywhere in the state on a project, even though my labor is perfectly capable of performing the project. They have a 1 hour deadline, and that's just not reasonable. So I think you could address that and have a superintendent, but just maybe give us a little more time to get there.
Thank you for that comment, that feedback. We appreciate it. Sorry about the miscommunication there. We appreciate it. All right, I had a hand up, but then a hand down from Mr. Garnieri. Are you seeking the floor, sir? And then I see you, Mr. Glass, up next. Mr. Garnieri.
Mr. Mayor, let's let Mr. Glass go first.
All
I
right.
think you'll probably address my
my comment. Thank you.
All right, I hope I got your name right, sir. Mr. Glass, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I think it's wonderful that you're considering amendments. Of course, we don't know the nature of the amendments that are going to be proposed yet. And so procedurally, if you're going by Robert's rules, the only thing you can do is suspend until you have some specific text to discuss. Since it's getting to be nearly 9 o'clock, you may want to do that anyway. But I will look forward to seeing them, and I would like to see if the ordinance could be improved. Perhaps some of those definitions could be qualified so that they make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. I believe that the language on the floor is to amend definitions, and the discussion is to receive a vote up or down from the council on precise definitions. But I will go to the city attorney for any feedback on procedural correctness.
Mayor, whether we call it an amendment or direction from council, I think that what you're voting on is directing staff to fix these definitions in the way that you've all discussed and bring it back to you for consideration on third reading. So I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Mr. Southard. And my position as chair of the meeting at this point is that we do need to have a vote in the affirmative or the negative about that direction. Now, I'm not seeing any other hands. I don't remember if we had somebody else on the amendment. Councilor Gabriel, did you have something?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Then, without saying anything further, I'm going to go to the city clerk for a roll call on the amendment.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Cumby.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Stalder.
Yes.
Schuster.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
The amendment is carried. Thank you, city clerk. The amendment is passed. Back on the main motion. I see Councilor Stalder. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is going to be a long conversation, but something Mr. Cisneros said kind of jogged this in my mind, like whether you're in code or you're out of code. And I looked back and found an email that we got from a resident or a citizen that was talking about a new build. He bought a new house and it was under warranty. And there were some issues that were not up to code at the time of build. So it sounds like he had a lot of friction or a lot of problems with the contractor to get them to remedy that. And I just wonder, and I don't know if Mr. Fraser or Mr. Southard can answer this question, but how would this contractor ordinance protect him? Because he's dealing with a contractor that did have insurance and he was still having a hard time, dealing with things that were not done to code. So, that's one thing that's causing me grief about this ordinance is it going to change the outcome in a situation like that? Like this contractor did have insurance. What he did was not up to code. And so is the city inserting themselves in this going to cause or create a different outcome in that situation? I don't know if that made sense. I can clarify. But I did forward the email to Mr. Fraser, so he knew what I was talking about.
No, I get it, Mayor, if I may respond. I get the question, I think. No, I don't think that city codes are going to change an outcome in what is a private dispute. The insurance requirements for a general contractor, which are standard across the country, would make the resolution of some disputes easier, right? If the negligence of the contractor causes property damage, then the fact that we're requiring insurance is not involved in that, but at least the homeowner has another pot of money to seek redress from. But no, you're correct. If their insurance is not going to cover a dispute, and I think I remember that letter about something to do with the roof or the vents or something like that. No, this ordinance isn't going to change that dispute. That homeowner is still going to have that dispute with the contractor, and ultimately, this is happy for me. I'm a lawyer. Ultimately, it goes to court, right? Somebody says your incompetence on those vents, I had to replace them. It cost $10,000. You owe me $10,000. But no, this ordinance doesn't change that. I think that the goal of the ordinance, and this is the qualified supervisor of record, is to make sure that somebody who knows what they're doing is on that job and therefore have less of a chance of a problem like that in the first place. But no, this ordinance does not solve the problem you described.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stalder and City Attorney, for informative discussion on that. A quick reminder from the chair that we have a consultant on another important issue that is on the agenda. Just a reminder for the council. Assistant City Manager Feaser.
Honorable Mayor, thank you. Just bringing up to Mr. Rufione's comment about the qualified supervisor has 1 hour to report. In our ordinance, we allow 24 hours for that qualified supervisor of record to make it to the job site. So that was just brought up. Thank you Thank you.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. On the main motion, Councilor Gabriel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. I understand we need to move along, but for those of you who have not been here before, we have been talking about this since the fall, and city staff originally met with a number of contractors to put together some of these guidelines, and they met for many weeks. And I remember Clarice talking about this back in the fall. We postponed this till we had a couple of new council members join us after the first of the year. And then also it says in our printout tonight, the levels of general contractor licenses, testing the qualified supervisor of record is similar to requirements in Cheyenne, Casper, Gillette, Sheridan, Fort Collins, and Laramie County. Mike Cisneros brought that same item up, talking about smaller communities. And so this is something I wish the public would understand, that this is something we've been talking about for a while, and it's similar to many other communities in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gabriel. Councilor Schuster, you've got the floor.
Thank you. I have a specific question. I have a person in town here that owns some property, is already a large amount of rentals, and so if he has the property, knows what he wants to build, he cannot go to the plumber, the electrician, the framer, all these people. He cannot do that. He would have to have a qualified supervisor that would then have to negotiate all of these other subcontractors to come in. That's my question, because he was planning on doing that himself. He knows enough people. He's been in town here over 40 years. He knows who's who. So I'm just wondering, can he still book these people, or does he have to get a qualified supervisor that would then have to deal with all that?
If I may, Your Honor.
City Attorney.
He can do that himself. He is not acting as a general contractor for compensation. He is being his own general contractor. He can hire those people, and those people will pull whatever permits they need to pull. That's separate from this ordinance. But does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schuster. Appreciate it. City Attorney. Going around for comments, I think it's the second time around on the main motion. Councilor Doherty, I see the shy indications that you'd like to speak. Go ahead.
I would like to strike number 4 under requirements for a QSOR license. I would like to strike the acknowledgement that the QSOR cannot use the QSOR license for more than one general contractor at a time. So I move that we remove item 4 under 15.24.015.g.3.
Second.
I've had a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing no immediate discussion from the council. No discussion from the council, and the motion's been made and seconded. Going to go to the public for comment on the amendment, if there is any.
Todd has a comment.
Thank you, Councilor Schuster. I see Assistant City Manager Feeser. You have the floor.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. We do have a few concerns related to striking that, is that, you know, this for general contractors also closely mirrors our trades contractors. Trade contractors are not allowed to use their apprentice, journeyman, or master license for other contractors in that situation. So we're a little bit concerned about a little different class in that situation. We're also concerned about, it would be interesting for contractors, whether they choose to or not, to hire somebody that's potentially working for another contractor that's competing against them and using the same QSOR would be bring some concern. And that's all I'll add.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. And I had asked for public comment, and I see that Mr. Glass has indicated that he would like to be recognized. Mr. Glass, you've got the floor.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this sort of a provision in the ordinance is a barrier to entry, which is similar to the one used by real estate agents, where you have a master broker and people have to essentially apprentice themselves and accept low wages before they're able to get a brokerage license themselves. This, again, is going to be a barrier to entry. It's going to kill people's ambitions. It's going to limit the supply of available contractors. The only reason to impose something like this, again, is to create restrictions and barriers to entry and protect the few people who've managed to jump through that hoop. I don't, I agree with the amendment. I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. On the amendment, back to the council. Back to the council on the amendment. City Councilor O'Doherty.
My reasoning is that one contractor could supervise dozens of projects if they're a big contractor, but a small contractor would have to have a QSOR who has 3 to 5 to 7 years experience working only for them. And they could be doing just one project at a time. So I don't think we should limit the QSOR. Could be a semi-retired person who could assist the contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Doherty. Comments on the amendment? I'll make one briefly. Councilor Harrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a bit concerned about how the sharing might function in practice. I like the sentiment of the idea. Certainly lowering requirements for the smaller contractors, I think, is a good idea. I'm not sure the sharing will achieve that because it might be too hard to manage. But I'd be interested to sort of hear from the public on it, I suppose.
Thank you, Councilor Harrington. I assume that your comment about hearing from the public meant in an ongoing process as we've gone to public comment for now. Brief comment from myself then before we go to the roll call. I very much support the general spirit of this. However, some of the concerns I have now stem from the feedback that we received in the discussion. That said, I want to see a version of this find a place in this ordinance where there's an opportunity for people to work under the supervisory contractor at some number. Perhaps not an unlimited number, but at some number to help address these concerns. I'm not quite sure if this amendment gets us there with the right balance, but I think the general spirit of it is much appreciated. At least it is from myself. No other comments on that. I will give you all one more chance before I go to the roll call. I don't see anybody. City Clerk, roll call on the amendment.
Cumby,
No.
Gabriel,
No.
Harrington,
No.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
No.
Weaver,
Yes.
that's 5 yeses and 4 noes, Your Honor.
The amendment carries. Thank you. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yes, Mayor. I'm getting concerned about time, and I'm getting concerned about our other items on the agenda. And I really want to continue this discussion. So I'm not exactly sure procedurally if we need to schedule another meeting, if we need to postpone right now, but I'm just going to jump out there on a limb and say I'd like to postpone this item at this point. I move to postpone.
Vice Mayor Pierce, respectfully, I am not going to honor that motion because I'm going to suggest to you that we'll get to a vote and we can have second reading or third readings parts 1 and 2 if need be. I'd urge the council to move to a vote. City Manager Jordan. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask for a date certain, but
Councilor Schuster.
No, I didn't raise my hand. I'm just looking at this and just shaking my head. That's all. I did not raise my hand.
Good enough, sir. Just checking. I am not sensing any objection to my desire for the roll call vote. Without objection, City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on the main motion as amended?
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
No.
Schuster,
Yes, at this time.
Stalder,
No.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses and 2 noes, Your Honor.
Thank you, City Clerk, and that motion carries. Moving to the next item on our agenda and looking for my council member volunteered to
Mr. Mayor, that's me.
Thank you, Councilor Harrington. Wait, I'm going to go to the city manager quickly.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you all hear me? Thank you. I have talked to staff. It's clear that we're not going to make it through this agenda, so we'd like to suggest to you that you postpone every item on this agenda with the exception of 13, 14, and 18, which do have some time sensitivity. The city clerk has counseled me, and she says that you can do that by moving each item to postpone to a date certain, which should be February 16th, or your next meeting, or that you can make a motion to reorder the agenda and reprioritize it, but that would require a 2/3 vote. Given the amount of time, I'm thinking that maybe postponing on an item by item basis would be most effective, but I'll leave that to you, Mayor. Thank you.
I appreciate that, City Manager. Councilor Harrington, as fate would have it, you were next in the queue. The chair's question for you is, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to carry forward with the amended agenda as proposed.
Yeah, great. Mr. Mayor, is it fine if I just postpone the single item and we move on to 13 for brevity's sake?
I think so.
Great. So I move that the City Council postpone original ordinance 2022 amending section 15.24.000.a and 15.24.030a.1 by adopting the 2020 edition of the National Electric Code published by the Nation Fire Protection Association as adopted by the state of Wyoming July 1st, 2020 on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved.
Second.
And seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Is there...
Mayor, I think the clerk will counsel you do need a date certain. I didn't hear that in the motion. That would be postponed to the 16th.
Thank you, City Manager. Mr. Mayor, yes, postpone to February 16th.
Thank you both. And who was our second on that item? All right.
Both James, Councilor Pierce, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you both very much. Let's, without objection, proceed to the roll call vote.
Cumby,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Felder,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
Motion carries. So now, with that item postponed, that brings us to
Councilor Somerville.
Councilor Somerville. Thank you. There you are. Councilor Somerville, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say thank you to the applicants for sticking around so long tonight. I'd move that the City Council approve the application for a new bar and grill license number BG-10 to Maria's Mexican Grill and Cantina, LLC, doing business as Maria's Mexican Grill and Cantina, located at 223 Adams Street, Laramie, Wyoming, for the licensing term February 3rd, 2021 through May 7th, 2021, with issuance contingent upon receiving a full certificate of occupancy and food license, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
I'm not. I was. I think the vice mayor had it again for the second. Without objection, I'd like to proceed to the roll call vote on this item. City Clerk, you're muted.
Mr. Mayor, did you want an introduction or to see if the applicant was here to say any more? They shared in the public hearing.
Yeah, thank you, City Clerk, and I appreciate that. I thought perhaps that we had our conversation with them to their satisfaction, but we're available if they'd like to share anything else with us, certainly.
Actually, looking over the names, I don't see their names still here, so they may have left the meeting. Mayor, this is for the previous location of Snowy Range Sports Bar and Grill in West Laramie. They are hoping to start operation with alcohol services starting tomorrow. Thank you for getting this on the agenda tonight. We appreciate that.
I think all
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think all the thanks is due to the diligence of yourself, city clerk, and our city manager helping us figure out a way to make this happen while still respecting the important public policy process that our other item brought us to tonight. Without any objection, let's go to the roll call vote on this.
Somerville,
Yes.
Stelter,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Cumbie,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
And that motion carries. And again, congratulations to those folks and we wish them the best. Who is up next for this item, the introduction? Now that we've reordered it, I've really lost track.
Like Cumbie.
Councilmember Cumbie, and let's help each other out as a team. So this is now item
14.
14. Councilmember Cumbie, you'll have to unmute. That's all right. We've been doing it all night, or I have.
Yeah. And this is one of the items that I'm just asking clarification that we were going to delay until the 16th.
No.
No,
We're
this is
doing
an
this
item.
one
Yeah.
tonight.
Yep.
Okay. I move to award the professional services agreement for the design of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade project design to Tetra Tech of Denver, Colorado, in the total amount of $515,712 plus a contingency of $51,571.20 for a total amount not to exceed $567,283.20 and amend the fiscal year 2021 wastewater budget accordingly and authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Somerville. Mr. Webb, appreciate your hanging out with us and waiting, and you're up.
You bet. Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm actually going to throw this over to our project manager, Mark Hazlett, is going to present for you tonight. Mark.
Thank you, Brooks. Honorable Mayor and City Council, we're really excited to bring this professional service agreement forward for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. This project will mainly be replacing aging equipment at the end of its service life, be modernizing the plant and increasing efficiencies. The equipment for replacement was identified through the investment grade audit that Honeywell performed for us. The pieces of equipment that we are going to be designing for this project is a new blower building, blowers themselves, blower piping, and backup generators. In accordance with the City of Laramie purchasing policy and state statute, we did solicit proposals through the RFQ process. 3 companies responded to the RFQ. And the review committee's review of these responses, we recommend that Tetra Tech be awarded the professional service agreement to complete this design work. With that, I am open to any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hazlett. Appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions? The wastewater treatment plant. All right. Mr. Webb, do you have anything else you want to share with us on this one? Nothing from Mr. Webb. All right. Questions from the council last time? Without any objections, I'm going to ask the city clerk to do the roll call vote.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Cumbie,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stelter,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
And that motion carries. Thank you very much. That brings us to, let's see, is it item?
It's item 15 and me, and
Item 15. I thought we had postponed item 15.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. My motion did not reorder the agenda. It simply postponed the item that I read in.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schuster.
thank you. I asked that we postponed item number 15 and bring it back in 2 weeks, and I forgot what the date certain was. Sorry.
February 16th.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Councilor Schuster. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second for Councilmember Harrington. Vice Mayor Pierce, I saw that you had a hand up. Was it about this item?
I was just wondering if we could postpone 15, 16, and 17 together and move directly to 18.
Excellent. Is that an amendment to the motion?
Sure.
City Clerk, you're going to tell us we can't do it. Tell us why.
Yeah, I believe so because it has to be specific to each item.
Very good. We're burning up the clock here, people. Back to the motion and the second on this motion. Any discussion on this postponement? Councilmember Gabriel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was just curious, since this is just a short item, does the council really want to postpone? I think we could go through this pretty quickly.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabriel. Burning up the clock. I suggest that
we have 9 minutes until it's done.
Indeed. Without objection and a plea to Councilmember Gabriel, I think it can probably wait. It's a summer program. Any objection to go into the roll call vote? Thank you very much, all of you. All right, let's go to the roll call.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
And yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
and the motion carries. That brings us now to item number 16.
I move to postpone resolution 2021-12, adopting policy goals and objectives for the city of Laramie until February 16th, 2021.
Second.
City Clerk, I have no idea who the second was on that. Raise your hand if you want.
James Pierce and one other.
Let's get the Councilor Cumby, I think. All right. Same procedure. If there isn't any objection, I'd like to proceed to the roll call vote on this item. Seeing none, City Clerk.
Somerville,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Cumby,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
and the motion carries. Item number 17.
Councilor Somerville.
Councilor Somerville, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move to postpone original ordinance number 21 until February 16th, 2021 on second reading.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilmember Harrington. Appreciate the flexibility, everybody. Without an objection, I'm going to ask City Clerk to go to the roll call vote.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
sorry, Schuster.
Yes. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Stalder,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
And yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
that motion carries. Thank you. Item number 18. Item number 18,
Yes. And
thank you, Councilor Cumby.
that would be me. Original ordinance number 2018, amending title 15.14.130, wireless communication towers of Laramie Municipal Code and of the City of Laramie. I move to approve original ordinance number 2018 as recommended by the Planning Commission on second reading in accordance with findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And I am going to give the floor to Mr. Teeny for an introduction. Thank you, Mr. Teeny.
Mayor and Council, good evening. The item before you is original ordinance 2018. It's regarding small cell wireless ordinance that we have. On first reading, you heard a presentation by myself. We went through the ordinance as well as had the video recording of the Planning Commission presentation by Bob Duchin, who is with River Oaks Communications and has been our legal and reviewing consultant who prepared the ordinance for the City of Laramie. This evening, he is available. He is on the call. You were introduced very briefly to him during the public comment process. A few things I'm going to touch on, and then I'm going to turn it over to Bob to say a few words, and then we'll go from there. Overall, the ordinance remains as presented during first reading. If you look at the cover sheet that was prepared for you, and as I mentioned during our first reading, there is one amendment that's included within the cover sheet. It's near on the third page of your cover sheet, and it's just regarding some language that, after speaking with AT&T, that we think would be appropriate to have amended. So there is that amendment that we do recommend at second reading. In addition, I provided an email to council regarding a couple additional items that we noted during just kind of preparing for tonight's meeting with Mr. Duchin. The first item is allowing us to amend the table of contents just to reflect the proper section headings. Looks like there's one or two that didn't get made exactly the same as is in the body of the ordinance, so we just would like that amendment. Number two, amending the word camouflaging to camouflaged within a figure found in section 13 of the ordinance. And then in another section of the ordinance, there's some recommendation to delete including sidewalks, trails, or beautification as found within the attachment in the section I referenced, which is 15.14.130 T2. And so with that, these were some recommendations provided by our consultant. And I think other than that, we still recommend that the ordinance move forward as proposed. As a reminder, this ordinance does not prohibit small cell wireless and 5G technologies. We do want to have those within our community. It's necessary for good economic growth and the technology or the businesses that come with that technology being available. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Duchin with River Oaks Communication. Let him say a few words, and I know that maybe council may have some questions for him as well a little bit later, but I think we'll start with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teeny, and thank you, Mr. Duchin. As you can see, we have an engaged community here in Laramie on issues, so we appreciate you joining us and observing our process. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The floor is yours.
Mayor and members of council, I think at this hour you probably don't hear a full-on bio of who we are and what we've done. Suffice to say, over the years, we've worked with communities all around your state: Casper, Cheyenne, Cody, Pinedale, Sublette County, Riverton, Sheridan, and our company's been the go-to company for WHAM. We've worked with WHAM on small wireless issues. We've worked with WHAM on franchise issues. I've actually testified on behalf of WHAM to protect the interests of local governments. We've also worked in states throughout the country, north of 35 states. We've been in this space for a long time, and doing cable television, franchising, wireless, broadband. We've been at this a long time, and we give webinars, we write articles, and this is what we do. I want to put some quick context around this. This has been going on for a long time in terms of this wireless ordinance. The providers were asked early on to participate, and we welcome their participation. We heard from Visionary, we heard from AT&T, we heard from others as well. I heard some comments earlier that there's a question as to the legality of some portions of this ordinance. What I would share with you is if someone has a specific problem with a specific provision of the ordinance, give us the federal law that's involved. Is it the US Code? Is it the Code of Federal Regulations? Is it an FCC order? Is it the declaratory ruling of the FCC? If there's a problem with this ordinance, I want to hear about it. I read through this ordinance yesterday, and I will share with you, it looks good to us. If there is a legitimate problem, then we're glad to hear. I'm always glad to hear what somebody has to say, because we want to make this the best ordinance we can. We think this ordinance is going to allow, not impede, but allow for the development of 5G in your community. This ordinance is not going to determine when the providers come. That's going to be based on when they need to add capacity to their networks, what their rollout plans are. We've drafted this in a way where we're cognizant of speed to market, and at the same time, we want to protect the aesthetic beauty of the community. So with that in mind, I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from council, from Mr. Dushan on what he's shared with us? Well, Councilor Harrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's appropriate, I have a question for Planning Director Taney, actually, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm curious, we use the word camouflaging, and I noticed one of the comments that passed through to council from the Planning Commission was about the hope to be more specific and use light colored. I'm curious if the term camouflaging will apply to using light colors that would in turn camouflage against the sky.
Mayor and council, yeah, I think it would. We've done it in the past. So we've used bluish, light blue colors. And so that is what the intent of that language is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Appreciate that. Questions for Mr. Dushan or Mr. Taney? Mr. Dushan, I have a question for you. Oh, Councilor Stalder, I saw you. Councilmember Stalder.
Go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned some of the work that you've provided with other 4 other Wyoming communities and working with WHAM. With this ordinance that we're talking about tonight, is this an item that you've helped other communities shepherd into passage and into code then in those other communities?
Yes. In Casper, let me just think, Casper, Cheyenne, Cody, Pinedale, Sheridan, and we're working on it in Sublette County now. In answer to your question?
Well, not quite. That was just the setup, Mr. Dushan. My second question is if you could identify, if you can, for us some common themes in terms of concerns around this this type of a piece of code that you've heard throughout those communities, if there is one, or if there are a few.
I think the main theme, Mr. Mayor, is that the communities want the 5G technology. So what we've done in these ordinances, not just in Laramie, but in the other ordinances too, is make it such that there's an administrative approval process for the deployment of these facilities, so long as they don't exceed, for example, the height limitations of the underlying zoning district. So the common theme is the providers care about deploying their technology. We've been very mindful of that and have been receptive to that concept, as long as someone's not going to put in a pole that's way above what's normally in an existing zone, for example. And at the federal level, the FCC has come out with a definition of small wireless facilities. So we're very mindful of that too. So I hope that answers your question. The common theme is work with the providers to help them deploy. However, be mindful of protecting the aesthetic, make sure we cover the aesthetic concerns of a community. So that's what comes to mind. Does that answer your question, Mr. Mayor?
In part, I guess the last piece of that question is it a practice to work with communities if they've had problems arise out of these ordinances to find solutions for those?
The answer is, and I will share with you my experience to date, not just in Wyoming, but in Idaho and Nebraska and New Mexico and other places, North Dakota. I'm pleased to tell you that to date, we have not had companies come back to challenge what we've helped put in place. That's not to say it can't happen. I will share with you the next step with the provider is a master license agreement needs to be negotiated with each provider that's more site specific. So the ordinance gives you the overarching umbrella. The master license agreement are contains the specifics. But to date, and I'm thinking, I can't think of another jurisdiction in Wyoming or elsewhere where somebody's come back and said, hey, this provision of the ordinance is a problem. I will share with you that the FCC keeps changing the rules. So these ordinances do need to get amended. It's not a one-stop deal and you're done. So again, we're mindful of that. And some communities have chosen to amend and some communities have just said, let's just see what happens. So that's our experience to date. It's been a collegial relationship with the providers in a lot of different communities in a lot of different states. That's why we invited the providers to the table so that they could weigh in on what's okay, what they think's not okay. And then we use our best judgment and see if we can find solutions.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to recognize Council Member Stalder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this question up last time, but Mr. Dushin, you weren't on the call, so I apologize to the other councilors that this is a repeat.
Mm-hmm.
But from your presentation last time, I understand that there's like big, ugly appliances that you can install. And then what we're looking at here is the more aesthetically pleasing, smaller, camouflaged towers. And I just wondered if there's the same attention to them being TAA compliant with the smaller ones, or if that's a scope, within the scope of this.
Did you say TAA compliant?
Mm-hmm.
Could you talk to me about that? Tell me what you got in mind.
Oh, well, I just, just as like a safety concern, I know that certain parts ordered from certain countries are not TAA compliant. And I didn't know if that was part of the scope of this, but that's a concern with a lot of 5G technology.
That is not part of the scope, and I am not an engineer, so okay. I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer that. Obviously, there's been some concern about a lot of this equipment being manufactured in China, and again, I'm going to need to defer to cybersecurity folks on that one. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer, and that's a judgment call for the companies too. Is Verizon Wireless going to buy the 5G components in China or elsewhere, AT&T Wireless, Crown Castle? That's really not in our domain to say. I hope they're using good judgment, but that's the best answer I can give you at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor. Am I okay to go?
Yep, you're up. Thanks, Councilor Stalder. You're up, Councilor Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For a second time, I am curious, Mr. Dushin, if you can walk us through the process of updating. Is that something that as these things roll out, you are paying attention to them and passing along what might need to be amended in our code? Or is that something we need to be paying attention to?
We're paying attention to that. And what we've done is we'll send emails out to cities with whom we've worked. So what some cities are doing is, it varies in terms of what the cities want to do. That's something we pay attention to is the answer to your question. And we take it upon ourselves. I'm amending the code in Las Cruces, New Mexico right now, for example. Some cities, because the FCC came out with an order in June, and then they came out with an order in November, some cities are saying, hey, let's just wait till this settles down. So it's up to the cities as to what they want to do. But this is what we do, and we keep our clients surprised.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You bet. Councilmember Gabriel, floor.
Thank you. Mr. Duchin, I was just curious, you talked a little bit earlier about the fact that you've been working with the providers, both large and small. Can you give us an idea of some of the adjustments maybe that you've had to make with this ordinance around the region after discussing with the companies, big and small?
Yes, I can. There's
just in general.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just in general, I don't want you to be too specific about everything.
Sure. I'll give you a quick example. Because there was a concern raised by your local ISP as to whether or not this would impede his ability to do business, we had language in the ordinance that said that if you have an antenna on a house and it's for internet purposes for use of the occupant, it's exempt from the provisions of this ordinance. We went one step further when he suggested via a fella he consulted with outside counsel to also exempt fixed wireless broadband. So that's one of the adjustments. We don't want this ordinance to be a detriment or an impediment to local ISPs. With the national providers, there are things we agree on and things we don't agree on, whether it's Verizon or AT&T or Crown Castle or Extenet. With them, I think it's pretty much one thing they objected to is we had a section in this ordinance that said, if I'm remembering correctly, from all the work we've done around the state, you all can bring in an independent technical expert, for example, or legal expert if staff needs some help. We had the words RF in there. Cities cannot regulate based on RF frequencies, and that was not our intent. But to address the provider's concern, we took the word RF out of there. So it's clear that cities are not getting in the business of governing or making decisions based on RF emissions, as long as those emissions were within FCC guidelines. So those are two quick examples that come to mind. Another one was that some providers were concerned if you brought in somebody who was open-ended, what would it cost them? So my recollection in your ordinance is it's capped at $3,500. I'd have to go back and look at it, but that's my recollection. So we have made adjustments when we've gotten these comments in. So those are a couple examples that come to mind.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilor Gabriel, and also for asking a more precise version of a question that I was trying to ask earlier. I appreciate it. Questions from the council for Mr. Duchin? I have a follow-up question for, I think, the city manager in this case, but perhaps others that might be able to weigh in related to the question from Councilmember Stalder, which is that these security concerns that people have, that the providers, for instance, Verizon or someone along, similar, that they're making a lot of the calls. Is there a role for a franchise agreement to review that type of concern for a local municipality, or is that outside our realm? And I guess that's for you, city manager.
If my eyes got really big, I was worried you were going to ask me a technical question. I have to tell you, Mayor, I think that there may be, but I would want to reserve a final answer to that until I double check with the city attorney and also look at our franchise allowances under code and staff. You may be onto something, but I cannot confirm at this moment.
Thank you. That seems like something that maybe we ought to look into, because I think those are valid concerns, and that's knowledge that we need to have one way or the other. Other questions for Mr. Duchin or Mr. Teeny right now? It's kind of a hefty topic, but I appreciate hearing about how other communities have handled it. I think if we're not going to have anything else from the council right now, we'll go over to members of the public to ask questions. And I think what I'd like to do with that is go ahead and get through members of the public that might want to ask a question, and then perhaps allow staff and Mr. Dushin to respond to it after the questions have come from members of the public. I'm not seeing any objection to that. I see that Mr. Glass has been waiting patiently to speak. I don't see anybody else lined up right after him. So I'm going to give Mr. Glass the floor. Before we turn that over, actually, I need to check with the city clerk and make sure we didn't have anyone beforehand for some reason that I wasn't able to see. Okay, thank you. Mr. Glass, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just a few points here. I'm very concerned about this ordinance because, well, first of all, it's not the one that was recommended by the Planning Commission. There were many changes between the time it left the Planning Commission and its introduction, and some of those changes are of concerns. Also, when I spoke with members of the Planning Commission, they said they just voted in favor of staff's proposal and really had no idea of all the potential implications. I'm really concerned that this is an anti-wireless ordinance, no matter what is claimed to the contrary. I also noted that the consultant said that he had to testify on behalf of governments, and well, I imagine that means that the governments were sued, and that's a member of one of the biggest concerns that we should have. This may not only hobble wireless deployment, it may get us sued, and we need to think really carefully before we pass something like this. A couple of specific concerns that I'm going to highlight, although I have many, and I put them, and they're outlined in a document that I don't have time to go through all of, but council has it in their packet. It increases the setback requirement for towers from 75% to 100% of the tower height. Towers don't just fall over; they tend to collapse, they tend to crumble, and this makes it yet more difficult for new carriers to enter the market. It makes it harder to find a piece of land where you can put a tower. In general, this is going to greatly the 75% requirement is bad enough. 100% is going to make that worse. The language about requiring an RF expert is still there. If you take a look in section 9, you'll see that it actually is still there. There's another section, which is section 15.15.130W, which requires the carrier to bear potentially unlimited expenses if the city questions anything that they do, and calls in who knows how many consultants to try to delay the process by just verifying that they conform to regulations that they're already required by the federal government to conform to. There's a violation of the OTARD regulations in there, the over-the-air receiving device regulations, where it attempts to limit the heights of antennas. In fact, the OTARD regulations say that you have a right to receive wireless services, and you can erect, if you need to erect a pole that's more than a certain height in order to get those wireless services, you are allowed to. That's federal regulations. It was already mentioned that the FCC is constantly amending the regulations, so this becomes a cash cow for the lawyers and consultants. They keep on having to ding us for changes. Even the existing sites could be harmed by this. We could lose cellular coverage downtown because the existing sites on the Connor Hotel, for example, or the former Connor Hotel, and the Wagner Building do not conform to this and could not conform to this and still work. There was a question raised. See, I'm already out of time. Please look at my written comments. Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Of course I am. Of course I am. I always am. Thank you, Mr. Glass, and I can appreciate your frustration on the time limit with this, given your legitimate personal interest in it. I would offer Mr. Dushin a chance to address anything shared by Mr. Glass, who I don't think he would mind my communicating. Is a local provider of internet services, and has provided us with an extensive series of comments in some of the documents. So if you'd like to, I'd give you an opportunity to share some views.
I'm glad to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go down the list. None of the cities with whom we've worked on wireless ordinances have been sued. The testimony on behalf of WHAM dealt with a cable franchise issue where the cable providers wanted to lower cable franchise fees from 5% down to 3%. And there were some other collateral discussions going on. So I testified on behalf of WHAM in opposition to the cable industry's desire to lower cable franchise fees, which would take away revenues from local governments. Next up, if you look at ordinances around the country, you're going to see that the typical ordinance provides for a setback of 1 foot for every foot of tower height. So it's 100%. This is not something that's atypical, and the industry is used to that. In terms of the RF issue, the ability of the city to bring someone in, a consultant, is such that they can look at an application, so that they can look at what's being proposed. They can't get into the RF issue, and that's why we took the RF letters out of the caption on that particular setting. We know full well what cities can and cannot do in that regard. In terms of a potential violation of OTARD, I don't get that, because fixed wireless broadband and internet for home usage are both exempted from this section. So I'm not sure how this somehow is going to be problematic in that regard. And in terms of the amendments, and this being a cash cow for consultants, I can share with you, we give a lot of help to a lot of cities, and we don't charge for it all over this country. And what's being amended by the FCC typically deals with the 5 shot clocks, the time within which a city has to act on a particular type of application, and what those timeframes are, and what constitutes a substantial change. So that's real technical, down in the weeds stuff. And we purposely have not put those shot clocks. We took them out of this ordinance midstream, because we didn't want your community to be in the position that you had to amend all the time when the FCC changed the rules on 5 federal shot clocks. So we've taken steps to hopefully cut down on that possibility. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Mr. Cheney?
Mayor, Council, want to add just a couple things. In the section regarding the independent technical review, as Bob mentioned during his presentation, there is a cap there, so it's not an unlimited amount of fees we can charge somebody. Number 2, the ordinance that's before you is the exact same ordinance that was seen by the Planning Commission and recommended to you. You've made no amendments based upon what Planning Commission recommended. And so the accusation that you have some sort of other ordinance is absolutely false. So the ordinance before you is what Planning Commission recommended. And so the changes that we're recommending are to be, if you can so choose to consider those. And then that would be the 2 comments I wanted to add on to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. I appreciate that. I'll extend the same courtesy I think we should extend to everyone during our proceedings, and just assume that there's a misunderstanding. Are there anyone from council that would like to follow up with Mr. Duchesne or Mr. Cheney on any of this? I do have another question myself, but it's to you members first. Council member Stalder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems to me like this is going to be an ongoing need to have a consultant. You know, we're talking about continuing costs, making contracts with providers. And I just wonder if it wouldn't be in the city's interest to hire someone, you know, at the city as a full-time or part-time position to address this, rather than continuing to hire consultants. I know we talked about last time, there's a draft of this that was provided to WHAM, which we're already a member. So we're already getting kind of like a basic level of this ordinance. And I wonder if, you know, if this is going to be a continuing thing as technology evolves, if we shouldn't look at hiring a staff person to do this. I know that a consultant brings a lot of outside experience, but this is an emerging sector, and maybe there's a possibility for a job offer here.
Thank you, Council Member Stalder. I'll go to anybody that wants to address that. There's a response to that, or I mean, it's kind of a general question. So if it's just something we want to take under consideration and advisement, that's fine. If anybody wants to respond, okay. City Manager, I saw you nodding, just more along the lines of message received. Okay. Without seeing anybody else, Councilor Schuster, just checking because I saw you turn your camera back on. Oh, you're good. All right. Director Cheney, question for you. Heard from Mr. Dushin and the previous comments kind of touched on this. This ordinance is being put in place with an understanding that it is the type of code that's going to require, frankly, regular attention and a process of amendment. Probably, obviously, we want to keep that to a minimum. We try to build in flexibility, and you yourself and Mr. Dushin both touched on that. But it's certainly not something that the city is looking at putting into place with an idea that we will never look at it again, or that if we run into concerns or problems with it from the get-go that are raised, that we can't go in and say, here's an adjustment that makes sense. And that seems to be what I'm hearing. And that seems to be what you, our professionals, are saying. Yeah, we can expect that, and we'll do it as needed and accordingly. Respond to that however you'd like, Mr. Teeny. I'm just giving an impression that seems like what's going on here, and we're prepared to do that as the city of Laramie.
Mayor and council, I think an indication might be the fact that you see ordinances come before you fairly regularly of us making changes, making recommendations to try to make our codes better. And now this is no different. This may be something that we may have to, pay a little bit different attention to in terms of it's maybe not as intuitive. There are other, federal regulations that are coming out, at different times. So, it's likely we'll see this come back at some point as we continue to make sure it stays current. I mean, it's no different than what we would do with any other ordinance.
All right. I appreciate that, Mr. Teeny. At the risk of sounding like I'm asking a really stupid question, I just mean it seems like there are opportunities for changes in technology to drive the need to take a look at these, and that might happen with a little bit more pressure or regularity than maybe some other things. That was kind of the basis of my question, but I appreciate your response. Council members? Councilor Gabriel, please.
Mayor, since we're running out of time, I was just wondering if we could go through these three amendments and maybe we could get on to the next thing on the agenda, if there is anything.
I don't think at this point there's anything besides the pro forma stuff, but I believe your suggestion is a good one. And would you like to move those amendments, Councilor Gabriel?
You bet. First amendment would be to move to amend the table of contents to reflect exact subsection titles within the ordinance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We've had an opportunity to look at this before, but I'll give anyone an opportunity for comment. All right. And City Clerk, I saw you.
Oh, I was just preparing in case you asked for public comment on the amendment.
Well, I believe we are required to ask for public comment on each and every amendment, so I was moving to that next. I don't see any hands. If you don't either, then we'll move on. And I think without seeing anyone wishing to weigh in on this and having had an opportunity to look at it before, we can move to the vote.
Cumby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
O'Doherty.
Yes.
Schuster.
Yes.
Stalder.
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Pierce.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 no's, Your Honor.
That amendment has passed. Councilor Gabriel?
Yes, amendment number 2, move to amend the word camouflaging to read camouflaged in figure 15.14.130-3 found in section 13 of the ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second by Vice Mayor Pierce. You know the operation, folks. I'll give you an opportunity to speak on it if you'd like. and members of the public? All right, let's move to the roll call vote.
Somerville,
Yes.
Stelter,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Cumby,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
that amendment passes. Councilor Gabriel.
Amendment number 3, move to amend section 15.14.130.T.2 by deleting the words including sidewalks, trails, or beautification as found in attachment A.
Second.
Motion and a second by the Vice Mayor. Discussion from the council on the amendment. Seeing none, asking for public comment on the amendment. Seeing none. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Cumby,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stelter,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 noes, Your Honor.
and that amendment passes. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, it is at the 10 o'clock hour. So this item would be postponed as amended to the meeting on the 16th on second reading.
Automatically, yes. Thank you, City Clerk. All right. Quick comment, folks. I'm going to need either support from you all to express to our hardworking staff that we're going to need to start managing these agendas a little bit, or we're going to need to free ourselves up from these time constraints. Food for thought. Food for thought. No criticism, no malice, no menace intended. We've had a lot of heavy stuff, and frankly, I don't see it changing for a little bit. And if we're going to garner a lot of public comment, we're going to listen to the public comment, right? Something to think about. Something to think about. I'm not unaware of it. Vice Mayor, before we end the meeting, Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was under the impression that this item had a bit of urgency attached to it, and I wonder if there's a possibility to potentially amend the rules and go to a quick vote on this. I don't know if we want to do that, but I think a confirmation from our city manager in terms of the urgency on this one would be appreciated. And I don't even know if we can do that based on our current code of conduct. And if we ever get to consideration of future work sessions, I really want to put the code of conduct on there, but we haven't had that luck over the last couple of meetings. But anyway, I just throw it out there for comment.
Yeah, and actually a question about suspension of the rules. I actually think I see the city clerk, but I'm going to give the city manager an opportunity if she wants to respond, since the question was to her. Okay, city clerk.
No.
City clerk.
Mr. Mayor, you can suspend your rules with a 2/3 vote.
Thank you very much for that information. I believe that requires a motion.
Well, I don't know that, I believe it's a hard and fast rule that matters stop at 10 o'clock. You can suspend the rules to keep talking after 9:30. You have to do public comment at the end.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So it's not a hard and fast rule. We've also heard from our main parliamentarian that it's probably best practice for a 2/3 vote. We've also heard earlier in the evening that there is some time sensitivity to matters. And it's my impression the suspension of the rules probably requires a 2/3 vote on a motion to suspend the rules to keep working. Councilmember Harrington with the lifesaver over the boat's edge. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I would move to suspend the rules to finish item 18.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by the vice mayor. I think this is a non-debatable motion. I could be wrong. Anybody want to tell me before I just go to a vote? Is everybody okay with just going to a vote, maybe, so we can just get to it? Thank you. Thank you. City Clerk, let's have a roll call. Thank you for, I know I'm giving you two things to do at the same time. You're doing great.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Somerville, Somerville,
Yes.
Oh. Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's
So-
9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you scrambling there. I thought we might just not check on the debatability as long as nobody had a problem with it. We're fine. Councilmember Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to forget that we have a proposed amendment included in our cover sheet as well. So if council is open to it, I would move that we amend section 130.1.D by deleting the words "and may be installed," and section I and a Roman numeral Romanet 1 and 2. Sorry, it's late.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrington.
Second.
A second from Councilor O'Doherty. I want to just quickly ask Councilor Gabriel. I thought there were 4 amendments that you needed to bring. Were there only the 3?
I had 3
Just
printed out
okay.
here, yes. But
All right, thank
Councilor
you.
Harrington caught us there. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And the only reason I'm double checking, folks, is because I'm primarily monitoring the screen more often than I am looking at my document. I'm trying to do both at the same time. So the motion and the second on the amendment as read by Councilor Harrington. Any discussion about this? Anything from Mr. Teeny on it other than what we've already heard? All right. Any public comment? All right. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Stalder,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
That amendment's passed. So we're back on the motion, main motion. Do we have any other questions on this or other discussion? It's a complicated topic and obviously a timely one. I think we've tried very, very hard tonight to make sure that we got timely and important things. Anything else on this? All right. Anything else from you, Mr. Teeny, or from our consultant maybe before we finish it up? All right. Mr. Teeny?
Nothing more here.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Then I think we will go to the roll call vote on the main motion.
Cumby,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
O'Doherty,
Yes.
Schuster,
Yes.
Salder,
Yes.
Somerville,
Yes.
Pierce,
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes,
That's 9 yeses and 0 nos, Your Honor.
and that motion carries. Brings us to public comments on non-agenda items.
Yes, thank you. I've been waiting patiently, and
Mr. Rainey,
want-
I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, you've got the floor. Yes, thank you.
thank you. Yeah, and I apologize for my previous faux pas as far as the how formalities and stuff and naming individuals. I think hopefully I'm at liberty to quote the names of a newspaper article. Previously mentioned the Boomerang.
Mr. Rainey, and I'm just trying to help you out here. Not if they name anyone from the council specifically.
Okay, no, it does not.
Very well.
I would like to suggest that the council, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, anyone on this meeting, and if they could suggest to anyone in the electorate to read an article in the Boomerang entitled Maximus Bosserai, the Artful Dodger. And I bring this up at a council meeting because it implicates a council member, a council person, in the best case scenario, some very predatory and bad business behavior, potentially unlawful behavior. And I think that it would be pertinent for anyone in the council and all the electorate to take a look at it. I am a victim of some of this bad business, and I've experienced quite a bit of pain and suffering, as well as financial suffering from these bad practices. And I'm excited to explore the parameters of local government and the limitations possibly of what can be done legally to maybe change things like the sheriff's responsibility to serve subpoenas and court hearing, because there seems to be a loophole that allows this this pattern of predatory slumlordship to just continue and take advantage of people that are in potentially dire situations. And I appreciate everyone's time. But yeah, please look into that article. I think it's important, especially for the council, especially for if anyone happens to know the Hospice of Laramie board of directors, they might also be interested in looking at that article, as it names their facility and a member of their
Getting close, Mr. Rainey, to the pushing the envelope. Please continue.
Sure, that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Rainey. And I'd like to make a comment with regard to our rules and procedures. It's not to stand on a ceremony or enforce a rule to limit someone's speech. Those procedures are longstanding procedures in place to try to protect a number of interests, the chief interest being allowing us to try to do the city of Laramie's business in a functional way. I hope that members of the public have observed that that's a rule the council will be enforcing and standing by in a number of circumstances on a number of topics. It's not to be individualized to any particular topic or particular line of comment. Those are our rules and procedures. That said, is there anyone else that wants to make a public comment on a non-agenda item?
May I ask a question?
You bet, Mr. Rainey.
Did I break the law? I'm just double checking.
Certainly not. My commentary is just to try to explain about our rules and procedures. That's all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Any other?
You are muted, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, any other comment from the public on non-agenda items? All right. I don't see anything. City Clerk? City Clerk also muted, but I think you're saying no, you don't see any. So that's okay. So that gets us back to our meeting, and Council Member Schuster.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. If there isn't, well, one last thing, folks. Staff and council, I don't mean to be admonishing anyone or in any way trying to be negative about length of meetings and trying to get through them. It's just these are some pretty weedy topics. Those of you that have been on the council, you know that time to time that's how it goes. Council Member Gabriel, I appreciate your efforts to get an item off the agenda. I just didn't think we had the minutes to spend on it that it might have taken. And I certainly thought that your suggestion was appropriate, but I just felt like we needed to move on to other things and do it quickly. Just a comment about process that I just wanted you to know where I was coming from, folks. And I appreciate your patience, time, and flexibility.
Maybe,
appreciate everyone's time, patience,
Mayor, real quick,
Yep.
if we're running some of these, I was just going to add, maybe if we need to get some of this stuff done before 2 weeks is up, we could do something perhaps before our work session next week or during other work sessions, call a special meeting and then go into our work session if we have some of these items that really need attention. Just an idea.
Music to my ears, Councilmember Gabriel, but I'll wait for the staff to help us make some determinations about that. But music to my ears, and I think probably to other members as well. Yep. No. Well taken. Well taken. All right. Without objection to Councilmember Schuster's long-awaited motion and the second to adjourn the meeting, let's call it a night. Thank you all very much, council members and staff.
Good night.
See you guys.